In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you for being here. Happy Friday. The end of an era. Another week in America. Hope you guys had a great week. Let's get started on this news. Please hit the like button as you come in, as you hear something that interests you, as you want to support the channel. And you can hit the, I have to set my goals. My goals are to give you some information you may or may not have heard, to familiarize you with some things that you may not have heard in the for-profit media. The media that can be bought and sold, the media that has bowed down to this administration and has refused to broach some topics of facts that are going on in the United States. These are the things that I wish to bring to you. See, independent media, not hopping on Grand Rising Madison, independent media, and not just hopping on, not knowing what you're talking about. There's two different things between that. Some people make things look easy, and then some people just clamor onto it and really fucks everything up. If some people find it easier to follow bullshit, but then when it comes to following facts, they fall flat. So let me start the show by saying we do know that Jared Kushner is Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, a special envoy to the Russia and Ukraine war. We do know that Jared Kushner was in 45-47's first administration. And when Jared Kushner left 45-47's first administration, Saudi Arabia gave Jared Kushner billion, $2 billion to start up his a new hedge fund firm. You know, a company that he had never run, had never owned. Uh, the Saudi Wealth uh, Foundation did not want to give him the money, but they were overruled by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and therefore Jared Kushner was awarded $2 billion. Additionally, Qatar was the one who bailed out Jared Kushner in his 666 real estate venture that was about to go bankrupt. You may not even know that all of this, the Kushner Real Estate Foundation, in many of the things that they tell you that are Kushner's real estate, Kushner's family owns small amounts in a lot of these buildings. They use the Kushner name as you know, sort of like how they use Trump names on all of these buildings that are not, in fact, owned by Trump. Is some type of merchant, some type of what am I trying to say? It is some type of a deal that they make that they will put the Trump name out first, so it will attract more people to come. That's what they do with Kushner Real Estate. It has been reported. So let me tell you that Jared Kushner, the special envoy to the Middle East, who is supposed to be over there seeking peace in the Middle East, you know what he's seeking? He's seeking $5 billion more money from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia and other countries in the Middle East, not for anything to do with fighting this war, not for anything to do with, hey, we're using munitions to help keep you safe. No, he's looking for $5 billion more dollars for his personal uh, hedge fund company, for his own business. So, you've heard it here first. See, because I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. And I just don't want to run my mouth and try to steal an audience. I want to give you actual facts that you can use. Okay? I concur. I concur. And you're never going to get this money back. You're never going to get this money back. You notice how you're not going to ever get your money back? Now, what about the tariffs also? What about uh, the other Epstein sleazeball who's in the administration who said he never he went to Epstein's house one time and he found him disgusting and slimy. He was over Cantor Fitzgerald. Oh, what is his name? I'll think of his name. I got Steve Witkoff's name in my mouth. The little slimy little sucker who had to go and speak to Congress. He is the Commerce Secretary. Oh God, I see his ugly face. Oh God. Anyway, let me see. What is this Commerce Secretary? Not Steve Wick. Howard Lutnick. Yes, Howard Lutnick. How about Howard Lutnick and who has not divested completely from his firm, as well as Steve Witkoff? Both of these people are in your administration, have not divested from their companies. We do not even know if if Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have even cleared a security check because they have this special title as special envoy. So technically, they are not working for the White House. but they're flying all around the world. Steve Witkoff as well is making business deals for his company that he has not totally divested from. So the next time they show this flush man, Steve Witkoff, he's never worked in government a day in his life. But he is flying around the country, making all of these business deals for his companies that he has not divested from, which he was supposed to do. And you do not even know if these guys have passed a security clearance to make sure that they have no conflict of interest. Well, they haven't divested from their businesses, so them collecting money and making deals for their businesses is most definitely a conflict of interest. But we're not here to talk about this today because RonyiQ, if you've been with RonyiQ been told you about this shit. Just a little recap. So what we're going to talk about today is what we're going to talk about today is it's the world's largest heist. I concur. Howard Lutnick, he used to be over Cantor Fitzgerald, who mysteriously decided to take his child to school. The Howard Lutnick who showed up on Epstein Islands with several nannies and just mysteriously on 9/11, he had the urge to take one of his children to school. Catch, that's his story, not mine. The same Howard Lutnick whose children have taken over Cantor Fitzgerald, so he says. This Howard Lutnick has gone to businesses, companies who are now suing to get their tariff money back. Because when the tariff first started, some companies were trying to delay the rise, right, delay raising the prices on some of their goods. So they did pay a portion of the tariffs because they didn't immediately want to go in and just change their prices to reflect the price of the tariff, but not good old Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos was going to put the price of the item up and tell you exactly X amount of dollars you were going to have to pay for tariff. He was going to put that on the receipt for you until 45, 47 told him, that's crazy. Why would you do that? He said it publicly. Why would somebody do that? Like, why would you allow the American people to understand that they would have been paying less, but since I have to charge you for these tariffs, you're going to be paying more. So Jeff Bezos, what did Jeff Bezos do? Jeff Bezos decided not to show you how much more you were paying for your items because of these tariffs. But what what Howard Lutnick did, what they did, and they're being sued by business owners right now for what they did is they went to the companies who initially were paying the tariff before they passed the price cost on to the consumers. What they did, they went to these companies and they say, okay, well, we know that you are in the tank for these tariffs for, let's say, $10 billion, $10 million. Let's say 10 million. I'm speaking in billion as if I'm in the Trump administration. The Trump administration never speaks in millions anymore. Everything's in billions in this administration. If you're not talking billions, you need not talk to this administration. So let's say I'm a business owner and I'm in uh, 5 million for tariffs that I recently had to pay for my products being brought to the United States. And then here comes the here comes the what is his name? Lutnick boys from Cantor Fitzgerald, and they tell me, Hey, RonyiQ, we know that you are out of $5 million for those tariffs. We will give you $1 million, and we'll take that. We'll take that problem off of your hand. Here, sign here. See, because the thing about it is, Howard Lutnick was the one who was telling 45, 47. Yeah. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to do the tariffs. Yeah, the tariffs are good. Howard Lutnick was the main one lying to you of the public, telling you that you weren't going to have to pay the tariffs. And on the back end, Howard Lutnick knew that it was possible that the tariffs would be overruled. So he played both sides of the fence, and the front facing side was saying how good the tariffs would work and how much money they're going to bring America, and it wasn't going to cost you anything. The back side of the fence that he was playing is, hey, I can buy off companies and for little of nothing, and the government is going to have to repay all of this tariff money. So I will buy out somebody who has paid $5 million in tariffs for $1 million, and I will make $4 million. This is what your administration is busy doing for themselves. RonyiQ already explained that to you. Okay, so what are we talking about today? If you remember, uh, go through my videos. I've already told you that the Defense Department that has a $1 trillion budget, they found in September that they had not spent their full $1 trillion. They had 93 billion, B with a for billions. They had $93 billion left over from their $1 trillion budget. So, what did they do with that $93 billion? They said, hey, if we don't use it, we're going to lose it. So, we have to spend all of this money. What did they spend this money on? A whole lot of contracts that have yet to be named. They did a whole lot of contracts. And if I'm not mistaken, this is during the time when Donald Trump Jr. for sure got a government contract for a business he has never worked in. And he suddenly has a government contract. He is a he's making drones. So he's in the Defense Department, and he if you're making drones, what are you going to make during a war? You're going to make billions. That's what you're going to make during a war. A business that Donald Trump Jr. has never been in. He has a contract with the Defense Department. Another thing that Keg Breath decided to do to if you're not going to use the money, you're going to lose the money, as in the Congress will not afford you the same $1 trillion that they did last year. So we know that every year the budget for the Defense Department is increased. It has never decreased. It has always increased. The same Pentagon that has not been successfully able to do a audit the last, I think it's 8 audits now. They cannot tell you exactly where any of the money go. They cannot tell you where over 60% of their money is spent. They can't tell you. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know. I call you back. They cannot tell you where over 60% of the money that they are spending goes. So, Pete Kegbreath, the same Pete Kegbreath during his confirmation hearing got very testy when he was questioned about the last 2 veteran foundations that were left in financial disrepair under his watch. That Pete Kegbreath, who they decided to put over a $1 trillion budget. What else did he buy? He bought some high-ranking military official a grand piano. He also bought him some rare violin. He also bought him some rare flute. He also did all of these defense contracts with that, like I say, have not been named and fleshed out. He also bought some designer furniture that was marked as office furniture. But what else did he buy? He also bought hundreds of millions of dollars of lobster, hundreds of millions of dollars of crab legs, hundreds of millions of dollars of ribeye steaks. So all of these purchases for to spend this $93 billion happened during September of last year. So why are you talking about this, RonyiQ? You talked about it the other day. You talked about it on that live that you have Pete Kegbreath sitting at a desk with crab legs, caviar, lobster tails, a baby grand piano behind him, and a fully stocked bar behind him. You have it. You talked about it on that video with that thumbnail. I think it was this week. I think it was actually this week. I talked about that. Why are you talking about it now then, Ronnie Q? The reason I'm talking about it now is your your same Pentagon is coming to you, and they have no shame in saying that this war that is basically over, this military that they have basically totally defeated and is on its last leg, and they have taken 90% of their fighting power away in the first week and all of this shit. Well, why then is Pete Kegbreath out here saying that the Pentagon will need another $200 billion to fight this war in Iran? Yes, that same Pentagon that just blew $93 billion on bullshit. But they have no problem. What did Kegbreath say specifically? He said it costs money to kill people. Hey, Liz, how are you? It costs money to kill people. And I am quoting your defense secretary. Congress braced for a $200 billion Iran war request. The ballooning cost of the war is certain to intensify an already toxic fight on Capitol Hill over the Trump administration 3-week military campaign in the Middle East. So it's been 3 weeks. The people who just blew $93 billion on bullshit is going to now go where? They're going to go to Congress to ask for $200 billion to fight a motherfucking war that they have not explained to you why they're fighting it in the first place. But they're going to come and ask for $200 billion. They didn't go to Congress to give information to get authorization to fight the war in the first place. But now they have no qualms about going to Congress and asking for $200 billion after they just uh, skeeted on $93 billion of your taxpayer money. Why? That's why it should matter. Because it's your taxpayer dollars. This same administration that says they cannot find money to extend health care. They need to claw back people who are accepting food stamps because they're spending too much in food stamps. They need to knock people, the disabled and poor people off of Medicaid, and they are not allowed to have any health care because they're spending too much money on you as a human being. Um, but they have no, it costs money to kill people. They would They would rather spend money to kill people than to make sure that the American citizens have a doctor to go to, has someone to fill out prescriptions for any type of illnesses that they need to regularly take medication for, which a primary care physician will be able to give them regular prescriptions. No, they want you to have no health insurance, no primary care physician, whatever disease that is raging and ravaging your body. Well, when it gets too bad, the emergency room must take care of you. And as we see emergency room after emergency room refusing to treat patients who are putting band-aids on patients and calling the cops to get them out of the emergency room. Are we going to pretend like we don't know what emergency rooms are doing all across this country? Now you put an influx of 25 million more people who are getting kicked off of Medicare. You add the 17 million people who are possibly losing their health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. What the fuck you think emergency room? How much treatment is an emergency room going to give you? But what we do know, an emergency room is not going to give you a prescription for the whole year to that you can feel to have medication for whatever is ailing your body. That emergency room will give you enough medication for 3 to 7 days. They're not gonna. So what's gonna happen to people? They're gonna die. They're gonna die. Are we clear on that? Are we clear that if there is about to be a big onset of American people who are going to die as we brag about being the richest country in the world, as your president's son-in-law flies across the world talking about he's some uh, uh, peace envoy and he's collecting billions of dollars for his personal company? Are we going to pretend like we don't know these things? But yeah, I think some of us do not know these things because we're so hung up on bullshit and dumb shit. We're so making sure that we are able to recite the order of operation of shit that don't matter to you and how you live your lives. And when we're adept with that, we want to turn around and start giving you news. Let me give you the rest of this news. Okay. The Pentagon emerging plan to seek $200 billion in additional spending to finance President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran will intensify an already toxic partisan fight over the war and its cause. Congressional Democrats labeled the eye-popping figure a non-starter Thursday. Republicans offered cautious support for a large supplement, but said they'll need to review the details before backing such a huge windfall for the military. Okay. Uh, I do think we'll need a very generous amount, said Senate Armed Service Chair Roger Wicker, Republican of the poorest state in the United States, Mississippi, but I have not seen anything specific yet. Specifically, you have not seen a war plan. Specifically, Roger Wicker, you have not seen a reason why we are at war with Iran. Roger Wicker, how come you are not asking for specifics about that? Roger Wicker, as you talk about, I think we need a very generous amount for this war. Uh, Now, do you wonder why Mississippi is the uh, poorest country in the United States? Do you wonder? Do you wonder why the American citizens are in Mississippi are some of the most uneducated people in the United States? There you have it. There you have it in this one statement from Senate Armed Services Chair Roger Wicker of Mississippi. Speaking at the Pentagon press conference Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth confirmed that the administration is considering a $200 billion supplemental request to cover the cost of military action in Iran. But he also noted that number could move in coming days. Could move up or down. It could move. Do you think it's going to move down? No, it's not going to move down. Nothing in the Pentagon ever moves down. Use it or lose it. What did Pete Hegseth say about that $93 billion that he just fucked off in September of 2025 that was left over that the Pentagon hadn't spent? So he just fucked off the money. What did he say about that? What did Roger Wicker ask Hegseth about that $93 billion that he just shitted off? This is your government. Okay. It takes money to kill bad guys, he said. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure we're properly funded for what's being done, for what we may have to do in the future. Buy some more grand piano steaks, bullshit. Fuck off more of the American tax debt. Now, in that $93 billion from a Pentagon that has not been able to pass, I believe, I know for sure it's 7. I now believe that it has gone up to 8 audits. They have not been able to tell you where 60% of that money has gone. Do you think that it is possible that some of that money went into the pockets of people working at the Pentagon? Do you think? Nobody's asking questions about $93 billion of this trillion dollar budget that Hegseth had over. And we know that Hegseth ran his old operations that he had that he worked in the ground. Do you think that it hurts me. I hate to even think this way. I don't know what makes me think that this is even possible of our best and brightest. Oh, we don't have the best and brightest at the Pentagon. We have the likes of Pete Hegseth in the Pentagon. Do you think that some of that money was put in the pockets of people in and out of the Pentagon? What do you think? These are your tax dollars. But we need to give the rich a tax break. We need to give the rich a tax break. Okay. Trump was pressed by reporters in the Oval Office Thursday about why the massive request is needed if he had predicted the war would not last long. Trump hinted the funding proposal will extend beyond the immediate military operations in Iran. So, in answer to why you need $200 billion for Iran, which your Department of War secretary said, you said that it's going to extend beyond the immediate military operations in Iran. So, what you're saying is, we had a $1 trillion budget, and we need more than $1 trillion when you come to ask for $200 billion. Well, all of that $200 billion is not going to go to the war in Iran. We're going to set it aside. You're going to set it aside like you set aside that $93 billion in September of 2025 you had that you hadn't spent. Is that how? I thought that you had to use it or lose it. It's for other things beyond Iran. We just gonna sit it on top of the $1 trillion we get per year. Is that what they want you to think? You see, they don't even try to make sense to you because they see that so many of you are checked out. And they are doing whatever they want to fucking rob this nation blind. Okay. Here's the link to this is going to be in my description box. It's going to be under give me more money. I will have it in my description box. But let's go here. Let me share this with you. Let's get into. Hey Ashton. Hey Cheryl Hill. Ashton Trucks. Welcome all of you. Let me see what you're saying, Ashton. My auntie at 76 was scared to get help. They started help. That was always. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm glad you're always here, Ashton. What about all the money Trump says that we're making? All of these tariff dollars that are sitting on tariff shelves. Okay, let's get to Keg Breath himself, sounding like an idiot, trying to sound like some furious war fighter in his press conference. Let me let you hear it out of his own ignorant ass mouth. Let's go.
Well, good morning. Yesterday at Dover Air Force Base, President Trump, the chairman, and I stood in solemn silence as heroes came home. Flag draped caskets. We honored them. We grieved with their families, and we listened. What I heard through tears, through hugs, through strength, and through unbreakable resolve was the same from family after family. They said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done. My response, along with that of the president, was simple. Of course, we will finish this. We will honor their sacrifice. Their sacrifice only steals our commitment. I wear this bracelet. Staff Sergeant Jorge Oliveira, he was one of my sergeants or one of my specialists in Guantanamo Bay. He deployed later to Afghanistan, where he was killed on 19 October 2011. Killed 10 years after 9/11, 15 years ago. He was one of the 1%, the best of America. Not just a guardsman, but a law enforcement officer back home and a family man. I remember him every day, just like so many other men and women of our generation and previous generations who wear bracelets like this. Just as we will always remember those lost in this conflict. Their names are now etched into our mission and into the soul of a grateful nation. I stand here today speaking to you, the American people, not through filters, not through reporters, not through cable news spin. A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing. We know this at this point. To downplay progress, amplify every cost, and call into question every step. Sadly, TDS is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail. But you, the American people, know better. Yes, there are reporters in front of me, but they are not our audience today. It's you, the good, decent, patriotic.
Here he goes with this dumb bullshit of trying to attack the press. I mean, it's just so immature and ignorant. They attack the press because they don't want to take uh, real questions from the press. So they will not be caught with their fucking pants down and unprepared for anything that they are supposed to be prepared for. So they want to pit the public against the people who are supposed to give you the information, including the uncomfortable information that they are not telling you or trying to hide from you. That is what the press is for. The press is not here to be uh, North Korean press to put out everything that the dear leader wants the public to know and not put out what the dear leader does not want the public to know. This attacking on the press is disgusting. Okay, so we are hand in hand with Israel. We are now striking schools. We are now carpet bombing Iran, indiscriminately killing people. As Pete Kegbreath says that we don't non-combatants, but we're carpet bombing all of Iran. Who? How are you not? Aiming at innocent people when you're indiscriminately just dropping bombs over the whole country. So we're hand in hand with Israel. Wasn't that what Israel was doing over in Gaza? What else was Israel doing over in Gaza? Israel was also shooting and killed over 200 people in the press, clearly identified as the press, because they did not want these stories out about what they were doing. And this is the start of our country doing the exact same thing, trying to make you believe that the press is your enemy. We're going to talk about the press in this war as well. Why is Israel not allowing the press to come to Israel to show the damage that has been caused in Israel? In any press that you see in Israel, they are not allowed to move their camera left or right. They have to take the shot directly in front of you. And your American news media tells you that, well, we can't pan around because they don't want to show any identifying buildings. No, bitch. They don't want you to see all the carnage and damage that they have brought upon Israel, while they try to make you believe that this golden dome has protected Israel and Israel is 100% okay. They don't want you to see how bad Israel is getting fucked up too, as they tout the golden dome that they're going to build like Israel to protect the American citizen. We're not going to call ours the Iron Dome. We're going to call it the Golden Dome. Of course, what would gaudy as gold leaf having Donald Trump call it but the Golden Dome? See, they don't want you to know that they're going to tell you that they're spending so much money on this alleged Golden Dome and it's not going to protect you. So are they going to even bother to build it to protect you? They don't give a fuck about protecting you. They have their own. They have their own little underground layers that they can hide in, and they had for centuries. When was the last time you have seen Peter Thiel out in public? When was the last time you seen any of these billionaires out in public? When have you seen any of these billionaires doing speaking engagement and public facing appearances? I want to know when. They're staying close to their shelters, their bomb shelters. Let's continue.
American people. You, the hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing American patriots. The media here, not all of it, but much of it, wants you to think, just 19 days into this conflict, that we're somehow spinning toward an endless abyss or a forever war or a quagmire.
Just 19 days in, you are coming to the American people for $200 billion. But it's not a quagmire, and you have $1 trillion budget, but it's not a quagmire. Is that what you're saying? You know, uh, you know, this motherfucker is extremely dumb and extremely childish. It's the media's fault. He wants you to look at the media as if the media is doing something wrong to you, the American citizen, as he just whacked off $93 billion, shitted out, skeeted on 93 million of your tax dollars in September, and has the audacity to come and ask you, the American taxpayer, for 200 billion more.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Hear it from me, one of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility. This is not those wars. President Trump knows better. Epic Fury is different. It's laser focused. It's decisive. Our objectives, given.
It's all of that. But you have not heard one objective about this war. They didn't decide to come out with any objective. What are these objectives? Let's see if he's going to tell us what these objectives are.
Directly from our America First president remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objectives. Unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles, launchers, and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild. Destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Our objectives from day one. To the patriotic members of the press, nobody can deliver.
Were those the objectives from day one? Well, thank you for telling us on day 19. Let's continue.
Perfection in wartime. This building knows that more than anyone. But report the reality. We're winning decisively and on our terms. Iran is a vast country, and just like Hamas.
Your terms that change from day to day. You're winning on your terms. Good morning, the Bushes. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Jerry Mitchell. Thank you all for joining us. The too tight suit, head breath, and in all of his glory, desecrating the American flag to make it appear like he has stars and stripes on his chest, like any former defense secretary. Desecrating a flag to make it seem like he has stars and stripes with these brown shoes that look like he has been wearing them in the snow, with the black toe on these brown shoes with this blue tight ass suit. At least he has a different blue suit this time with these toddler ass, small ass, unprofessional collared shirts that he wears. Okay, let's keep on going.
And their tunnels, they've poured any aid, any economic development, humanitarian aid into tunnels and rockets. That's what they did with Hamas. Iran has funneled decades of state resources, not to their people, but into missiles and drones and proxies and buried facilities.
Okay, so what has the United States poured into their people? They poured $1 trillion into the Pentagon budget, and when you didn't spend it last year in 2025, you had $93 billion left over, and you pissed off $93 billion. You didn't decide to give it back to the Treasury because the people needed. You didn't see that a lot of the people in America were losing their health care, that a lot of people were being cut off Medicaid. So you decided to give the $93 billion back to the people of America. No, you shitted off $93 billion of American tax dollars. That's what you did. While you want to talk about what Iran is doing, that we have no way of justifying, this could just be some bull. What Iran did not do, they didn't do shit to America to for America to have attacked them this February 26th of 2026. That's what Iran did not do. So all of this, you telling me what Iran is doing? Iran is a sovereign nation. What we got to do with that? What does that have to do with us? What did they do to us? All of that bullshit you talking about what Iran is doing to its people, it does not affect us and how we live our lives over here in America, unless they have done something to Americans, which they had not. But what are you doing to America? What is America doing to the American people? Is he serious? Is he serious? He think he is turning it for the gods. Oh, these people are disgusting.
But we are hunting them down methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly, like no other military in the world can do. And the results speak for themselves. To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental. That is overwhelming force applied with precision. And again, today will be the
7,000 targets. So you mean to tell me that Iran has 7,000 military targets? Was that a school? Are these hospitals that you're striking? Those are military targets. Oh! They're hiding behind their civilians, so we'll kill the civilians too. Is that what you? Are we on the Israel tip that we're gonna say every hospital that we struck they were hiding combatants, so therefore we had to kill innocent people who were in the hospital seeking help from the carnage that we've already put upon their nation, for a reason we cannot and have not even bothered to explain to our own people, much less them. As we got up from a table where we were negotiating with them on a Thursday, told them we'll see you Monday, but on Saturday we were striking their country. Is this what we're doing? Because that's exactly what happened. You were in negotiations, and on a Thursday night, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff said, "Okay, well, it seems like we have a deal. This deal is better than the Obama deal. You are relinquishing more than you did with the Obama agreement. So we're going to meet you back here Monday. We're going to make sure there's no loose ends we need to tie up. It seems like we got a deal." And what happened on Saturday? We were striking their country. Bullshit plays. Why were we striking their country? Why? Let's continue.
the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build. Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting.
Iran's continue to degrade. As Iran just struck a F-25 fighter jet. Is that the degrading of their capabilities? Is that what you call it? Oh, we're gonna pretend like these things as the U.S. Gerald Ford is said to have had a 30-day fire on the Gerald Ford, and is now crippling off to Greece somewhere to be repaired. You know, one of the largest aircraft carriers in our Navy. It, is this the shit? That no, the Gerald Ford is fine. I've heard rumors that the why is it with all of these drones available to the media, to the United States, to all these people? Why is it? Somebody just can't show us a picture of the Gerald Ford. Why do we have to take the word from this aligned administration that the U.S. Gerald Ford has not been struck? You know, why is it in the age of this technology that we cannot get simple answers to real simple questions? Why is it that every other day there's a new video that comes out to prove that Netanyahu is in fact still alive, when in fact since March 8th, his son, who used to always be on X, making up to 40 posts a day on X, totally went off social media and did not reemerge until 8 days later. You know, the traditional time period that they have to mourn in the Jewish religion. Why is it that all we get is AI pictures of Netanyahu? Now we know that Netanyahu missed his last Security Council. So why is it the next thing after it has been mentioned that he missed his last Security Council meeting is the next time we see him is at a Security Council meeting with is what is expected to be another AI picture of Netanyahu? Huh? Why is that? Why is that? You can't even believe your eyes. But they ain't gonna show you the USS Gerald Ford. They ain't gonna show you that plane that Iran just struck. They just gonna send this alleged former drunk out here to tell you all is good and ask you for 200 billion. So if all of this is what he's saying is true, why he asking for $200 billion? If all of this is true, everything's going so good. We are winning in the war. Why was 45-47 begging other nations to help him reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Why? Listen. This war is escalating, and is escalating badly. They are setting the oil fields, the natural gas field on fire, and they are basically ruining any future of economy in the Middle East, as well as it will also ruin the American economy. Vladimir Putin was up all night stating his new world objectives. I have to go through the video. I fell asleep. I woke up and I fell asleep again. I will go through that video. If you want to go through that video, you need to find that, because Vladimir Putin is talking about what nations are that he is going to unite with and do business with, and which nations he will not be doing business with. And Vladimir Putin did not include America, of course, as a nation he will be doing business with. So the world are making plans upon this failed attempt by the United States to go over and do Israel's bidding. And now the whole world is in an uproar. Okay.
Striking death and destruction from above. Iran's air defenses flattened. Iran's defense industrial base, the factories, the production lines that feed their missile and drone programs being overwhelmingly destroyed. We've hit hundreds of their defense industrial bases directly. Their ability to manufacture new ballistic missiles has probably taken the hardest hit of all. Ballistic missile attacks against our forces, down 90% since the start of the conflict. Same with one-way attack UAVs. Think kamikaze drones, down 90%. Now, the Iranians will still shoot. We know that. But they would shoot a lot more if they could. But they can't. The last job anyone in the world wants right now? Senior leader for the IRGC or Besiege. Temp jobs. All of them. And to borrow a page from Admiral Ernest King in World War II, we've decided to share the ocean with Iran. We've given them the bottom half. We've damaged or sunk over 120 of their Navy ships, with battle damage assessments pending for many more. See, oftentimes we have to wait a few days on battle damage assessment to get the real number. Their surface fleet is no longer a factor. Their submarines, they once had 11, are gone. Their military ports are crippled. Iran has terrorized the United States and our interests for 47 years. Their core industries, not steel or agriculture, or tourism, their core industries are state-sponsored terrorism, proxy militias, underground networks, ballistic missiles, and a violent, messianic, Islamist ideology chasing some sort of apocalyptic endgame. A regime like that, refusing to abandon its nuclear ambitions, is not just a regional problem. It's a direct threat to America, to freedom, and to civilization. The world, the Middle East, our ungrateful allies in Europe, even segments of our own press should be saying one thing to President Trump. Thank you. Thank you for the courage to stop this terror state from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb. Thank you for doing the work of the free world. Yesterday's ceremony reminded us why we fight. Not for nation building or democracy promotion, but to crush direct threats to America, Americans, and our interests. We fight to win, and we are winning on our terms, following our objectives. My 13-year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks. He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son, so that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear Iran. It's the truth. And they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day on bended knee.
So let's get this clear. We are fighting Islamic fanatics, religious fanatics. As this numbnuts sit up here and invoke the name of Jesus and to protect our troops, when everyone in America are not Christian Christian nationalists. Everyone in the army is not a Christian nationalist, but he's invoking his personal religion upon our whole military. Let that sink in. While they want to say what religious radicals that the people in Iran are, listen to this bullshit that's coming down right now. Understand that the military leaders are telling these people who are in this war right now that they are doing the will of God, that they are bringing forth Armageddon for the rapture to start. This is what the military people are being served up by these nut jobs, these white nationalist Christian nationalist nut jobs, telling them that go ahead and, go into the light Caroline. Go into the light Caroline. You will have your glory on the other side because you are doing God's will, and God shall come down and tend to his flock after you give your life over on this bullshit ass mission. But the Muslims are the ones who are the fanatics. Listen to this dumb shit. As if we believe that everyone in the military are beholden to be a Christian. Like there are not Muslims in our own military, as if there are not people of every denomination in our military, including atheists. But this Department of Defense secretary is the one who demands that everyone bows their head in prayer. Like we believe that his cheating ass is a Christian. Like his drunk ass is a Christian. Just throw Jesus on it and nobody can rebuke you. Nobody can say anything, but because we're invoking God and Jesus. So if you have something to say, you're wrong. This is a ploy. This is a tactic. This is some bullshit that they are putting Jesus Christ into. To make it impossible for you to say what they're doing is absolute bullshit.
With your family in the strength. May Almighty say it's the truth. And they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ. To the troops, keep going, and Godspeed. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for being here. I also had the honor yesterday, as the Secretary said, of traveling up to Dover with.
Okay, so they're talking about traveling up to Dover. They're talking about what the military family said in the respectful transfer of bodies. They said, keep going, finish the job. Is that what they said to you? Let's go here. Since we will be putting down all the facts. Is that what they said? This was the bodies of the people who died in the aircraft, the refueling aircraft. That would be the family of those people. So let's see what the family had to say about losing their child in this war. Shall we? Let me rewind it. I want to hear it all. Hold on.
We didn't need to be in this war. This is uncalled for. And this is what we get.
The family of Tyler Simmons tells me the news still feels unreal. They're filled with immense sadness and grief that their beloved pilot is gone, but also anger, feeling that his death could have been prevented.
It's just not fair. It's not fair at all.
But alongside their grief, Simmons' family is making a plea, calling on the United States to stop the war with Iran.
This could have been prevented. We didn't need to be in this war. This is uncalled for. And this is what we get.
Families are suffering right now. Not only our family, but there are other families that's lost loved ones. And just to create a war because you want to create a war, it's not right. It is not right.
The crash brought the total number of U.S. service members killed since the conflict began to 13. Local for you, I'm Lexi Lepoff, NBC4.
We didn't need to be in this war.
The links are in my description box. While this motherfucker sit up here and lies about the families who have lost loved ones in a war that we don't have to be in. And you got a motherfucker lying, sprinkling a little of Jesus Christ and dear Father on it. He's lying to you. Absolutely lying to you. This is your government. The links are in my description box. The link of this family, the link of Hegseth lying to you, and the article about them requesting $200 billion more of your tax money is all in the description box under the heading "Give Me the Money." It ain't about the lives lost. They just gonna sit up and lie about the lives lost. They don't give a fuck about the lives lost. So let me see what you guys are saying. And if you're mad, I don't care. If you're mad, you are welcome to leave. Hit the like button on your way out since you decided to come. But please, please, don't think I care if you're mad. Do not be disrespectful in my chat and do not curse in my chat. James Harden, who are you people? Who would you people be? You're talking about cake breath. Okay. Sweetheart, you're eliminated from my chat. Who is this? Caleb, bye. With a name like Caleb, you're talking about someone being on drugs? I don't entertain alcohol, nor do I entertain drugs. I concur. I concur. This content creator is a coward. Oh, you think so? Okay. I have no problem with you thinking that. Next. Well, Ron, see, you're going to have to first explain to me how could Iran strike us with a nuclear weapon that since they didn't have one. You got to explain that to me first. Who is the we? We stopped them from making one. Would that be the arms agreement that President Obama had them to go into, where there were actual inspectors going in to make sure that they were not making a bomb? Is that how we stopped them from making one? And since 47's first administration, he tore that agreement up, and no more inspectors were going in to make sure that they weren't making a bomb, which would have given them the opportunity to make a bomb. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Is that how did we stop them? I'm not asking for who stopped them. I'm asking you the how exactly would we have stopped them from making a bomb? But you're not answering that, and I'm not answering any of your question. I am perfect. I How? How? All of these different countries, how exactly did they do that? They did. The only thing that stopped them from doing that was the agreement that they had inspectors going in to make sure, these same inspectors that said that they were not, in fact, manufacturing a weapon. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue to make people upset about the absolute facts. Where are we? Let's see. Here we are. Oh, I see you had nothing to say about those military families, though. You took uh, a mouthful of bullshit that Keg Breath was telling you about how the military family said, "Oh, please finish the mission. Oh, please finish the mission." But you got silent when you actually heard from the actual real military families. See, and you think that I care about you saying anything about me? Say something about the content that I am presenting. It's not about me. It's about my content that I am presenting. Can I ask you what is yours? Bean, can I ask you what is yours? What is yours? Bean 20514. What is yours? Exactly. Exactly. And they have a whole bunch of brain dead uh, dummies who support their own demise. A whole bunch of brain dead dummies. It shows, Bean. It absolutely shows. I would expect no less than a ninth grade education from you. Okay, let's share the screen. Here's what Iran hits Kuwait refinery. Israel kills Iranian guards. A spokesman says as war rages on. Hmm. Israeli military says strikes launch on targets in Tehran. Revolutionary Guard spokesman killed. Iran attacks refinery in Kuwait. Allies help in Hormuz on conditional ceasefire. So there's a lot of stuff that is going on. This war is ratcheting up. There has been a joint statement from several nations that they will help intervene in the Strait of Hormuz. Let me see where it is. This is what Gulf area attacks caused extensive damage to Middle East energy infrastructure. Most of Iran's major energy facilities, as well as major assets in nearby countries, have been targeted. So here is a map of all of the major energy facilities that have been attacked. The ones in blue are U.S. and Israel attack, and the ones in red are the Iranian attacks. So, there you have it. There you have it. Allies say their help pre-proposes Gulf ceasefire. President 4547 on Thursday repeated a call for major U.S. allies and others, none of which were consulted or advised on the war, to help secure the safety of shipping. Now, shipping is the important factor. We must do. We need $200 million to get shipping up and running again. You know, the same shipping that was going swell until we decided to strike a nation for absolutely no reason that we can explain. We need to get shipping going. Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, Japan, and Canada pledged in a joint statement to join appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. But German Chancellor Friedrich Merz made clear that this is a presuppose an end to the conflict. French President Emmanuel Macron said after European Union summit in Brussels that defending international law and promoting a de-escalation was the best we can do, adding, I have not heard anyone here express a willingness to enter this conflict, quite the opposite. Kuwait state oil firm said its Mina Al Amada refinery has suffered multiple drone attacks and set some units alight, afire. I guess that's what it means. Alight means. Most energy shipped from the Gulf goes to Asia. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Rice said, and some Asian customers could receive supplies within 3 or 4 days if the U.S. decided to remove its own sanctions on Iranian oil currently stored at sea. So, your government is thinking about removing the sanctions from the Iranian oil. They've already removed their sanctions on Russian oil, not once but twice. They removed some sanctions and then they went back and they removed more sanctions, which is why Vladimir Putin is sitting down and he's like, oh, I got money rolling in. Let me get my shit together and devise a plan about what I'm going to do with my money. I'm not. Okay. So now they are talking about releasing the sanctions on Iranian oil. To what effect? Because they don't want you to understand that this is going to impact you immensely in the United States. Because some of you don't understand what it is when there's an oil shortage in the United States. Some of you have not lived through that, have not seen that, have only heard about that. Let me see. Where was I? So they're trying to prevent that. Up into releasing the sanctions on the fucking country that they bombed. Imagine that. Oh, well, that's obvious. The sanctions didn't work. They had sanctions on Iran, but the sanctions didn't work. So they're releasing their own sanctions to cover up how badly they have fucked up over here by striking Iran. We're not going to cry uncle yet. We're not going to go home yet. We're going to continue to ask the American people to spend money on this foolish folly that they have going on over here in the Middle East as they pocket money from the American citizens under the guise of fucking winning a war that they're not winning, that they have no idea of even how to fight. Let me see. Where? Here I am. Flows of crude and petroleum have dropped by about 12 million barrels per day, roughly 12% of global demand, due to onput cuts and exports halts by Gulf producers. Those barrels cannot easily be replaced by the transport, shipping, and manufacturing industries that rely on them, and will make themselves felt for months or even years. In- International Energy Agency Chief Faith Barrel told Financial Times restoring oil and gas flows may take 6 months. May, might, possibly, or it can take years. Israel military said that it had attacked governmental government facilities in Tehran. Iran state TV said Ali Mohammed Nani, deputy head of public relations for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was the latest of dozens of leading governmental and military officials to be assassinated by Israel. In Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, air raid sirens howled as explosions from interceptors rang out. The military said Iran had fired a barrage of missiles, and the ambulance services said that at least one appeared to have carried dispersing clusters of bombs. Israel and the U.S. are pursuing different aims. Prospects of a truce have not been helped by the sense that Israel and the U.S. are pursuing different goals and strategies. The Israeli government has been focused on disabling the Iranian leadership. U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said on Thursday the president said that his objectives are to destroy the Iranian ballistic missile launching capability. So, while you guys in this stupid chat are talking about nuclear weapons, your own president is not talking about nuclear weapons. You guys are in the chat praising this war for how would you like a nuclear Iran? You don't know anything. It's a nuclear Iran. They're stopping the nuclear Iran. Your own president is now has changed the story. I guess there were too many flips and flops in this story for you to understand that your own president isn't trying to continue the lie about nuclear weapons. Now it's about ballistic weapons that can travel long distances. You didn't know that? While you were in the chat thinking that you are serving it up and talking about nuclear weapons that don't exist as if they did exist, talking about who stopped the existence of Iran being able to create nuclear weapons, and not saying the word Obama in any of the reasons why Iran was unable to continue to enrich uranium to weapon grade uranium. And you never said the word Obama. You never said the word treaty. You never said anything. You're talking about Israel. Israel. What was that other country? Israel, the United States, and some other country. And you never said anything about the treaty that had inspectors going in that ensured that they were not, in fact, making military grade uranium. You said nothing about that. You people are just really, unfortunately, slow. You people buy into propaganda so much that a fact means nothing. Your loyalty to liars is so profound that the actual facts means nothing. because you wanna be a cheerleader on a squad of liars. You want to twist and turn and do flips in support of lies. That says a lot about some of you people. Oh, we just read the headline of the story. We don't even read the whole story. The president said that his objective is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launching capability, their ballistic missile production capability, and their navy. Didn't Keg Breath just said that they had destroyed all of that? Keg Breath in that video I just showed you said that they have already destroyed all of that, but they still want $200 billion more to fight this war 19 days in. As they tell you, they have already destroyed all of those capabilities that who said? The president said that his objectives are. Not RonyiQ. This is what the president said. So cheerlead on that. You probably didn't notice the change. You probably couldn't keep up with the change. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday promised to heed Trump's instructions not to repeat the attack on Iranian gas field, but also said Iran was now unable to enrich uranium, which can be used in nuclear warheads or make ballistic missiles. Netanyahu said, but now they are unable to enrich uranium. So Iran is finally, according to Netanyahu, unable to enrich uranium. Who all the while the UN inspectors were going in and said that they were not enriching uranium. What was Netanyahu saying? They're gonna have a nuclear weapon in a week. They're gonna have a nuclear weapon soon. They're gonna have a nuclear weapon. I'm telling you, they're gonna have a nuclear weapon. As inspectors were going in, telling the world that they were not enriching uranium. And when this war started, what did Netanyahu said as he was jizzing all over the place? Netanyahu said, this is what I've been waiting for 40 years. Because what had he been doing for 40 years? He had been telling anybody who would listen, UN councils, everywhere he went for 40 years, that Iran was on the verge of having a nuclear weapon. So you dummies, I have played a whole cachet over the years that Benjamin Netanyahu was saying that Iran will have a nuclear weapon between 1 and 3 years, 3 to 5 years, months, 8 months, 6 months, all ranges and numbers and dates of when Iran would have a nuclear weapon. And when he gets the silly Pete Keg Breath and Donald Trump to go in on a full-fledged war in Iran. He is, this is what I've been waiting for 40 years. Someone stupid enough to go to war with Iran. And now he finally says, with showing you no proof. Now, at least the inspectors were going in and had proof. But now, finally, after we have bled our blood and treasures, Netanyahu finally says that Iran cannot enrich uranium. You happy now? Did it take all that? Are you happy now? Are you pleased? The link to this will be in my description box under Are You Pleased? What else could this be under? Are you pleased now? Here we go. You can finish reading the article. All of the information that I present is always in my description box. So Yes, let me make sure I tag that. It is tagged and it is there. So let me go on. There are a couple of more things I want to share with you. Well, if it's no need for Congress yet, they have to wait 60 days. Well, then there's no need for them to go to Congress to seeking more money. As if they got to wait 60 days before they can go to Congress for what they're doing in Iran, they should have to wait the same 60 days before they ask Congress for money. But notice they didn't need Congress. They never thought about going to Congress on this fool's errand that they're doing. Of course you do. I don't believe you. Bullshit. I don't believe you. This is the No Propaganda Network. Get out of here with that dumb shit. Okay. Let's see. What are we? Obama didn't go to war either. Obama didn't take our military to war either. While you talking about what Obama didn't do, when did Obama take our military to war? I'll wait. Since you want to talk about what Obama didn't do, let's continue. I have the joint statement from the nations that said that they will try to help with whatever they can do to open the Strait of Hormuz. Let me I'll put that up for you now. This was dated March 19th. Just on yesterday, they came up with a joint statement. Let me share this with you. This will be in the description box. Help is on the way. A joint statement on Strait of Hormuz by European nations, and Japan and Canada. So let's get into it. London, March 19th. Leading European nations, Japan and Canada, issued a joint statement on Thursday saying that they were ready to join appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz and would take steps to stabilize energy markets. See, the world is very, very nervous. This is the full text of the statement from Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, Japan, and Canada. We condemn in the strongest term recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf. Okay, I'm not going to, I'll save my, okay. Okay. In the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installations, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. We express our deep concern about the escalating conflict. We call on Iran to cease immediately its threats of laying mines, drones, and missile attacks, and other attempts to block the strait to commercial shipping, and to comply with UN Security Council Resolution 2817. Freedom of navigation is a fundamental principle of international law, including under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. It's amazing that none of these nations want to the U.S. to uphold any international law, especially laws of the sea, as they were striking fishing boats in Venezuela. But I digress. The effects of the Iran actions will be felt by people in all parts of the world, especially the most vulnerable. Consistent with, oh, they care about the vulnerable. I feel so vulnerable. They care about the vulnerable now. Oh, it really? Okay. Consistent with UNSC Resolution 2817, we emphasize that such interference with international shipping and the disruption of global energy supply chains constitute a threat to international peace and security. In this regard, we call for an immediate, comprehensive, more, more, moratorium attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installations. We express our readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in uh, preparatory planning. We welcome the International Energy Agency decision to authorize and coordinated release of strategic petroleum reserves. We will take other steps to stabilize energy markets, including working with certain producing nations to increase output. We will also work to provide support for the most affected nations, including through the United Nations and the IFI's International Financial Institution. Maritime security and freedom of navigation benefits all countries. We call on hold on. We call on all states to respect international law and uphold the fundamental principles of international prosperity and security. So there you have it. There is their statement. So whatever that means they're gonna do, we're gonna see what they're gonna do. But it just baffles me how they allow the United States to do whatever they want to do and expect a no upholding of UN laws and norms. So the thing that have gotten us here, in my opinion, in the first place. So uh, help is coming. This link to that article is under the title "Help is Coming." So there's a couple of more things that I wanted to talk about today. All of the links are in my description box. Let's hmm. Let's lifting the oil sanctions on Iran. I talked about that briefly, but I do have a full article that I want to share with you about that. Let's get into this. This is an Axios article on the consideration of U.S. ways lifting Iranian oil sanctions to keep prices in check. To keep price in check. This is why they are considering, because they don't want you to see. I wonder who's going to uh, profit. I wonder if they're going to allow 45, 47 to take the profits from these oil sales and put them in an offshore bank account in Qatar, like he has done with the Venezuelan oil that he sold and put in a bank account that only he can access. They see, this is the thing that that keeps me up at night. Is that what they're going to do once they take the sanctions off this Iranian oil and sell it? Are they going to give 45, 47 the opportunity to put it in an offshore bank account that only he can access? If you don't think it can happen, it has already happened with the Venezuelan oil. The White House is considering lifting sanctions on Iranian oil that's at sea to keep oil prices down, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Thursday. Why it matters. The administration is pulling out all the stops, even easing up economic threats to its enemy in war to keep down oil prices. The latest, the price of Brent crude, the global benchmark spiked 10% in just the past 24 hours, driving increasing worries among investors. Brent is now at around $111 per barrel, nearly 60% higher than pre-war levels. Zoom in. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water, Besson told Fox Business on Thursday morning. He said that would make up about 140 million barrels, about 10 days uh, to 2 weeks supply of oil, is what he's saying. It would last about 10 days or 2 weeks. In essence, we be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign. So we have lots of levers. So this motherfucker, they're talking about 2 weeks worth of oil. So we have lots of levers. So seems like they are going to steal this oil that they have assured at sea from Iran. We're going to lift sanctions. So lifting sanctions would be allowing them to sell their own oil. What it sounds like to me is they're going to steal this Iranian oil that they have put sanctions on themselves, and for 2 weeks worth of oil. About how many barrels did he say? How many barrels? 140 million barrels. Who's gonna pocket that money when they sell that 140 million barrels of oil? It's the real question you need to ask. In essence, we be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep prices down for the next 10 to 14 days as we continue this campaign. So we have lots of lever. The big picture. The White House has been able for the past few weeks to contain prices with various assurances and policies promising tanker escorts through the critical Strait of Hormuz, which they have done none of, waiving the Jones Act. We talked about that, how that means absolutely nothing. The Jones Act has to do with building more ships, which America does not do. So that's a non-starter. That's just something they're throwing up in the air, a red herring to make you believe that they're actually doing something. But what we know is they're not building ships in America, and temporarily lifting sanction on Russian oil. zoom out. Lifting sanctions on Iranian oil would be a remarkable next step, as it was something Iranians were asking for in negotiations last year. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, let me see. Let me see. It's curious. They were seeking their sanctions being lifted last year. However, under the deal that Obama had with them to not proliferate any uranium to weapons grade, their sanctions on their oil was lifted. They also released the money that they were holding in Iran. So when 4547 came into office and tore up the deal, they re-sanctioned their oil, and they also kept all of their re-sanctioned their money. And that is why Iran has been partnering with the BRICS to do business, because they don't have to worry about their money being locked up in the World Bank that sits on American soil. So therefore, they can sell their oil. They can trade with the BRICS in their own form of money. They do not need the U.S. dollar. And that's why they are trying to take the dollar off of the scale of how they will trade oil. All across the world, the oil is traded on the value of the dollar. The BRICS have interrupted that. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and all of the other nations that have joined with the BRICS are basically unstabilizing the dollar. So at this point, I did a story on yesterday how they most nations are starting to trade using their own money. They don't have to stockpile the dollar over in the World Bank, where it can be seized upon any whim of American sanctions. So let's be clear about that. So where was I? Lifting sanctions on Iranian oil would be a remarkable next step, as it was something Iranians were seeking in negotiations last year. So that is last year is when they were negotiating before the June strike. So let's be clear. Uh, in addition to lifting sanctions, they tried to tell you that Obama gave Iran a whole lot of money. And when they went into this nuclear deal, he didn't give them anything. He released to them their own money. He took the sanctions off the money that they had held up in the World Bank, and he allowed them to get their own money back. So all of this, following what Netanyahu said, they still are proliferating weapons. I'm going to tear up this nuclear deal. All of this. We are doing all of this to get back to where we were prior to this person coming in and tearing up something Obama did because it was a black man who did it. And of course, it had to be appeared to as being insufficient. And we're doing all of this. It's causing for all of this blood and treasure to be wasted. For this numbnuts to go around the world to do the exact same thing. And they want $200 more billion to do it. What to watch? A potential waiver could accelerate the diversion of oil already destined for China into global markets more broadly. A person familiar with the situation who was not authorized to speak publicly told Axios. That would help. That would help ensure adequate supply and blunt Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, this person said. Besson on Thursday explained it this way. If Iran sanctions lift, that oil will go up that oil will go up to a market price. It will end up in places other than China, he said. So China is the one who has been buying Iranian oil. So they want to sell this Iranian oil all over the world and not allow China to get the oil. Understand that the Strait of Hormuz is allowing oil tankers from China to pass through. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? China ain't did nothing to them, but buy their oil. Why wouldn't they? Okay, so we have to see the whole picture. Who's gonna Who's gonna profit from this oil? Where is the profit from these oil sales are going? Is what you need to ask yourself, because that certainly is not included in this whole theory of releasing this sanctioned oil. You notice they don't talk to you about who's gonna where the money's gonna go. You know, they told you that the sales for the Venezuelan oil would go back to the Venezuelan people to help their country, and when it went to an offshore bank account that only your president has access to. That's what they told you they were going to do with the Venezuelan oil. So where are the profits from these oil sales going to go? Who's going to pocket that money? It can flow into Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Japan, India, which have been good actors in this. The bottom line is the administration appears to be conceding something in war that it was unwilling to give in peace, said Nicholas Mudler, a sanctions expert and professor at the Cornell University. The U.S. has to dial back sanctions to offset the second order effect of war, he says. It speaks to the instability of the situation. So I wanted to read that to you. I'm going to drop this in my description box. It is in the description box under sanctions lifted. Yeah, so it seems like what I have been telling you about the BRICS nations is finally coming to fruition because there is nothing to gain from this other than 45, 47 being able to go into a nation and steal and profit and loot another nation. Now, I think I do have a video on this. Hold on. I think I have a video to share with you. I think I have Scott Besson with his lying ass. when he has to lie, he can't spit it out. He needs somebody to hit him on the back or shove something down his throat so he can get it out successfully. Where is that? Mm-hmm. Hold on. 1 second. Let me get this video up. Here we go. Oh, this is a good video. Yes, this is a good video. Let me share this with you.
cracks in the Israeli-American alliance over Iran, but not because. So finally, we are witnessing cracks in the Israeli-American alliance over Iran, but not because the deranged occupant of the White House has suddenly developed compassion for human tragedy caused by his own warmongering desires, but because Iran's retaliation is wreaking havoc to the global economy, and Americans too are now beginning to feel the pain. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in the video, Professor Syed Marandi, an Iranian professor, destroys a presenter from an American media outlet. So please stay tuned. Donald Trump was today forced to distance himself from the Israeli attack on Iran's South Pars gas field. His denial came only after Iran began to hit oil and gas facilities across the region indiscriminately.
Have you talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about attacking the oil and gas fields?
Yeah, I did. I told him, don't do that. And he won't do that. We didn't discuss, we do, we're independent, but get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something. And if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
Even though there is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that Trump was party to the Israeli attack on the Iranian gas field. What no one told Trump, or he simply chose to ignore the advice of people around him, was the fact that Iranians are not Venezuelans. It's astonishing to note that this depraved man has still not realized who he is dealing with. He continues to delude himself with desperate hopes that Iran would surrender to his military might. And the longer this conflict rages on, the more pain Trump is going to cause to his own people. Iran's last night's retaliation alone has pushed the oil prices to soar exponentially in the international market. This was seen in the central banks in the UK and the US refusing to cut interest rates. Trump was all fine going along with his war criminal Israeli master Benjamin Netanyahu's plans to launch an illegal war against Iran. But the fact that this is now costing him politically and economically, he is getting uncomfortable. What he wrote on social media last night and said during a press conference today was the realization, seeing the brutal Iranian response. The stunning resignation of Joe Kent as the Trump regime's counter-terrorism chief was the last nail in the coffin for the US president. The only person who was most suited to assess if Iran posed any imminent threats to America resigned, saying that the Islamic Republic never posed any such threats. It doesn't get more humiliating than this. And then a new poll in America shows more and more Americans are now beginning to express their disapproval for this war. That's because Trump's crazy and depraved actions are now directly impacting them. And Trump has started to show the signs of this pressure. Today, he hosted the Japanese Prime Minister at the White House. And when a reporter asked him about not keeping American allies in the loop about his decision to attack Iran, he said, who would know better about surprise than Japan, pointing towards his guest. This genocidal maniac was referring to the Pearl Harbor attacks and America's subsequent decision to nuke Japan.
Why didn't you tell U.S. allies?
So the Japanese Prime Minister was in the Oval Office yesterday. So a person from the press asked a question. Now, the simple fact that this numbnuts is so ignorant, not to realize, he said, well, why didn't you Japan tell us about Pearl Harbor? But what happened after Pearl Harbor? You numbnuts. The U.S. nuked Japan. How come the U.S. didn't tell Japan that they were going to nuke Japan? He doesn't even know the way that war finished. He thinks he's saying something smart, like, oh well, you guys got over on us. You guys attacked us, and we attacked them back with nuclear weapons. Just a idiot. Don't know how to be presidential at all. And look at the look on her face as this conversation dives into the abyss of trash, of dumpster juice.
In Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran. So we are very confused about Japan didn't shoot.
Pointing towards his guest. This genocidal maniac was referring to the Pearl Harbor attacks and America's subsequent decision to nuke Japan.
Why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused.
Why didn't you tell the world and the allies, your allies, and like Japan, about the war before attacking, as you now call for help? Why didn't you just tell us beforehand? Let's look at his answer.
About we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? You know, he's asking me. Now, you believe in surprise, I think, much more so than us.
Even American media outlets are now reporting on the phenomenal success of the Iranians.
You believe in surprise much more than us. Oh, do they? Why? Because they got surprised and got nuked? He's a fucking idiot.
Despite all their handicaps. Watch this clip from the ABC News.
Iran has been launching drones and missiles at US air defense radar systems across the Middle East, trying to blind its ability to detect attacks.
Oh my God.
And thanks to satellite images and verified videos, we know they've been having some success. ABC News analysis suggests at least 10 US radar sites have been struck since the start of the war, and at least some have suffered damage. This video shows an Iranian drone slamming into a radar dome at the US's Manama base in Bahrain. In this satellite image, you can see the two white radar domes, and in the next, both gone. Another satellite image of a US base in Saudi Arabia shows a plume of smoke rising from a building known to have recently housed an AN/TPY-2 radar system. That system is estimated to have cost $500 million. Here in Qatar, open source researchers have identified damage to another billion-dollar radar system. This image shows an AN/FPS-132 phased array radar. Researchers say there are signs of debris from its northeastern face and water runoff suggesting firefighting efforts.
It is incredibly expensive, really, really delicate, and unbelievably vulnerable. We never thought it would be under attack from weird multi-vector swarm threats and things like that.
The damage doesn't mean that the US's radar system is no longer functioning. Most missiles and drones are still being intercepted. But Iran's ability to hit some of the US's rarest and extremely expensive radar systems with relatively cheap drones and missiles is seen as surprising, and a sign perhaps of how Iran's response may have been fiercer than the US expected.
Meanwhile, Iran has continued to pound its targets in the settler colony and across the region by using missiles with multi-warhead munitions. In the latest wave of attacks, the Iranians caused widespread death and destruction in Jerusalem and other parts of the settler colony. Meanwhile, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has defended his decision to oppose the illegal war against Iran.
We have to be involved, engaged in a diplomatic solution, in a de-escalation of this war in Iran and in the whole Middle East. I do believe that this war is interconnected with the rest of the wars that we have witnessed over the last years when it comes to Gaza, also West Bank, and of course what is happening in the Lebanon. And that is why I think it's very important to stand for these principles, to be engaged, and to be united. And I'm looking forward for this unity in the Council, because I think it's very important. This is a very defining moment for the European Union, and I think that we need to send a clear message to our citizens and the rest of the world that Europe is with multilateralism and is with international law, and we are against this war. We are against this war because it's illegal, there's no reason behind it, and it's causing a lot of damage. Civilians, of course, refugees, and the economic consequences that the whole world, especially this global south, is already suffering.
I will leave you with this fascinating exchange between Professor Morandi and the presenter from American cable news network Newsmax. It's a long clip, but trust me, every second of this clip is worth watching. That shows why Professor Morandi is a nightmare to Western media's propaganda.
Into Trump's Oh, this is good. This is good. I'm not trust and believe. This is the only country I've known. And I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like what I know about my country is that my country is better than any other country. It's better than a lot of other countries. But what I know about this country is that this country has deep-heated hatred of certain people. That's what I know of my country. This is the country that I was born in. This is the country that I live in. But I'm not going to pretend like my country is a perfect country. It's a flawed country like every other country in this world. So with that, I give you this. All of this propaganda and we're the greatest country in the world bullshit is a whole lot of bullshit. Whole lot of propaganda. We're not the worst country in the world, but I'll be goddamn. I don't see. I can't tell you what is the greatest country in the world. I was planted here.
Operation to dismantle and de-weaponize the.
That shows why.
Into Trump's operation to dismantle and de-weaponize the Iranian regime, and we have been efforting an interview with anyone from that regime. We reached out to the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. We were told essentially that they wanted to vet us first with an interview with another regime loyalist. Syed Mohammad Morandi is a University of Tehran professor. His father, Ali Reza Morandi, is the former Minister of Health in Iran and senior advisor to the former Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who...
Hold on 1 second. Are you trying to say then leave? Why would I leave? Why do I have to leave where I was born? Because this country is imperfect. Why don't you leave my chat? You sound stupid. Then leave. Then leave. Then leave. No, you're leaving. Bye. Okay. Hey, Riza. Thank you for joining me. Let's get back into this.
Was blown up along with many other top regime members on the first day of this joint operation. Professor Morandi in Iran is a University of Tehran professor. His father, Ali Reza Morandi, is the former Minister of Health in Iran and senior advisor to the former Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was blown up along with many other top regime members on the first day of this joint operation. Professor Morandi served as a media advisor to the Iranian regime's nuclear negotiating team. He lives in Tehran and is a de facto spokesman for the regime and joins us now. And sir, thank you. I want to start with, after 2.5 weeks, the Trump administration says that the Iranian regime has been effectively decimated, in his opinion. Want to get your reaction to that.
Well, I'm not a spokesman for the administration, but obviously the Trump regime is putting out propaganda, and we are seeing Iranian missiles and drones being fired in retaliation for this illegal assault on Iranian sovereignty. And as Joe Kent pointed out, this war was carried out based on a lie. There was no threat from Iran. And of course, it was carried out because of pressure from the Israeli lobby and the Israeli regime itself. So it is not legitimate, and that is why Iran feels that it has to defend itself, and it is doing so quite effectively.
But between Iran and the proxies that you guys prop up throughout the Middle East, you have attacked a number of U.S. interests, including our men and women in service. You've killed Americans. You killed more than 40 Americans. Hamas killed more than 40 on October 7th that launched the war in Gaza. To say that Iran is not a threat to the United States, I don't buy that. Why do you make that claim?
Well, I don't think it's necessary for you to buy it. These are the facts. The United States occupied Afghanistan.
What about everything I just said?
It wasn't. Well, I'm responding.
Okay.
The United States occupied Afghanistan for 20 years. The United States illegally occupied Iraq. So when the Iraqi people resist, you cannot blame the United States. When the people of Afghanistan resist occupation, you cannot blame the Iranians. You have to blame the United States, whether in Iraq or in Afghanistan. That's the problem of the regime in Washington, not Iran's problem. If Iran entered U.S. territory and occupied it, you'd have the legitimate right to defend yourself. And so do the people of Iraq and Afghanistan. You can't blame a third party for the resistance of people against occupation.
You don't deny that your regime props up international terrorism through multiple different facets, do you?
Your regime does that. ISIS was created by your regime. Al-Qaeda was created by your regime. Al-Qaeda, the head of Al-Qaeda,
Hezbollah.
The Al-Qaeda head went to the White House. That's the same organization that you tell us carried out 9/11. So how are we supposed to figure out who's a terrorist in this world with your standards?
I want to ask you this. Protests in your country are expected to ramp up as we head into the Persian New Year, which is this weekend. Do you believe, and I know you don't represent the regime directly, but do you think that the regime is going to murder thousands?
No answer. Absolutely no answer to the fact that the Al-Qaeda leader, who is the interim president of Syria, was sitting up in the White House as Pete Kegbreath wants to tell you how disheartening it was to capture combatives and turn them in, only to be fighting with them the next day on the battlefield. And what did Kegbreath say when this Al-Qaeda guy who has been promoted to be the interim president of Syria was sitting in the White House? He didn't say a goddamn word. That's what he said. Because the crown prince told of Saudi Arabia told Donald Trump on his first national trip being president this time, which was to Saudi Arabia. The crown prince told him that you should meet this interim president of Syria, and that's exactly what he did. And then he had him as a guest to the White House. But you see, he has nothing to say about that. He talked about Iran is creating these terrorist groups, but when he is reminded about Al-Qaeda being created by this war on terrorism, he has nothing to say. Oh, I love how he shuts this motherfucker up. in his propaganda. If you want to ask him a question, don't just ask him questions. Why you have to lead with propaganda and with accusations and all of this shit? That's why this is such a successful interview, because he comes with all of this gotcha shit. Gotcha. I'ma get you. I'ma get you. I heard that he's hard to interview. I'ma get him. And you got.
The same organization that you tell us carried out 9/11. So how are we supposed to figure out who's a terrorist in this world with your standards?
I want to ask you this. Protests in your country are expected to ramp up as we head into the Persian New Year, which is this weekend. Do you believe, and I know you don't represent the regime directly, but do you think that the regime is going to murder thousands more innocent people in the streets of Tehran in your country?
The only regime that is murdering thousands of people is your regime. You're bombing our people. You're slaughtering kids. And then your regime...
We have videos of your forces killing innocent people in the streets. There's bodies everywhere. We have video of that. That's undeniable.
No, your regime bombed an elementary school, murdered 168 little girls, and your regime tried to pin the blame on Iran. And your fake news about Iran killing tens of thousands of protesters has the same amount of accuracy and legitimacy and honesty as your presidents, the head of your regimes, claimed that Iran fired missiles at the school.
You're saying that your forces inside the country didn't kill thousands of people that tried to stand up to the regime, as they have done so many times in the past. You're saying that's a complete fabrication.
That is your regime propaganda. Absolutely. 300 officers of the law, 200 policemen and 100 others were murdered by the terrorists that were armed by your regime. Go and look at channel 14 of Israeli TV, which is close to Netanyahu. They said that the arms were brought in by a foreign intelligence agency, meaning the U.S. and the Israelis, that killed hundreds of police officers. One woman in your country was turning to the right and you shot her in the face. And you say that's legitimate. But in Iran, they killed hundreds of police officers. And you want to pin the blame on the police? 3,117 people were killed. All of them have the ID. They've all been identified and named. And agents from abroad armed people who are responsible for these deaths. You cannot blame Iran for something that your regime carried out.
We know. Everybody knows that you don't believe any of the things that you're saying. I mean, it's obvious there. Is it hard to continue propagandizing for this regime? I know you don't care what I think. I mean, I understand that, but it's like saying the sky is red. The sky is not red.
Well, that's exactly what you do, because you are a part of the MAGA cult. It's a cult for you. Joe Kent, he's not
your hero. Joe
I didn't
Kent.
Put him in power.
Yeah.
Joe Kent, I didn't put him in power. No. Your president did. He is saying exactly what I just told you. So if I don't believe what I say, then obviously he doesn't believe what he says.
He said a very, very small fraction of what you just claimed, which is quite a bit of things. Let me ask you this:
You just told me that I don't believe a word of what I said.
I know you don't.
That is part of what I said. So you're contradicting yourself now.
Well, no, I just know. I know BS, and I know propaganda. I know what it looks like. I know your country is professional with that. You guys are pros.
I'm sure you know BS because that's your job.
Well, you've blacked out the internet in your country. You don't allow media to report on anything, and you're going to sit here and tell me that you're
assassinating people using the internet. You use the internet to assassinate people. So we have the internet for people inside Iran, for Iranian apps, Iranian websites. But since your government, your regime, which is working with the Israeli regime to kill Iranian people,
what percentage of the people in your country support the regime at this point, your estimation?
The overwhelming majority on the streets every night. They're on the streets and demanding that the armed forces retaliate. Your propaganda, your regime propaganda is deceiving a segment of American society. But the reality is getting through to the international community. People across the world are seeing what your regime is doing to my people, the murder that your regime is carrying out, and history will remember the role that each person played. Everything that I said is true, but everything that you say is Trump regime propaganda.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I just want to get to one more thing before I let you go. Iran's new supreme leader is the son of the former Ayatollah. His father did not want this young man to lead your country. That is undeniable. Our intelligence agencies claim that's likely because the young man is gay. Your response to that? Because that would be a big problem in your country, right, if you had a gay Ayatollah.
Yes. You know, your use is so fake that it doesn't even deserve a reply. You have no idea what his opinion.
Now, he has gone so far as to claim that the son of the Ayatollah, who has taken the slain Ayatollah place, is gay. How idiotic and weak is this? He has to laugh at it himself. Because he knows that this is supposed to be something that stings so badly. And once I put it out in the atmosphere, the idiots that watch my propaganda channel will run with it. And who cares if it's true? Exactly. Who cares if it's true? Should tell you something about the fact that they decide to bring homosexuality into the equation. And somebody wrote in my chat about, well, this guy supports genital mutilation. How do you know what this guy supports? Did you hear this guy support that because he is from Iran? Did you hear him say he support that? So therefore, it would be said that you support objectifying homosexuals and using them as a tool, as something that is so dirty and nasty that you can come out here and use homosexuality as a tool to defame the character of people. That's what it would say about you, since you live in America that plays Newsmax, who thought that it was cute to say that the Ayatollah's son was gay. So therefore, that ruins him as a human being. While you don't see what you're watching being done here. While you are positively identifying a man who is from Iran, and therefore you say that he is for genital mutilation because of where he's from. Oh, so because of where you from, what are you? What are you? Because of where you from, do you believe that it is okay to protect people who have SA'd underage girls? That's who you are, because of where you're from. Stupid.
Was on his leadership. You're just making it up. And
well, why did the father not want
someone to be? He never said such a thing. Show me the tape. Show me the evidence.
Who has tape of that?
You're just making stuff up. That's how you work. That is how you justify killing kids, by making fake news.
Well, I'll leave it there. I knew it was going to be an interesting conversation. We appreciate you coming on. Are you in a bomb shelter? Where do you live right now? Like, how do you stay safe?
I live in Tehran, and I'm at the studio right now.
You're at a studio. Okay. All right. Professor, we appreciate the time.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do so, because that's one of the many ways you can support independent journalism. God bless you all.
Okay. That link is in my description box. It is under the title sanctions. I think, is that under? No, it's not in my description box yet. Thank God I didn't click off of the video. It may be under sanctions lifted. Let me.
So finally, we are witnessing.
Okay, let me make sure I drop this link in my description box so you can peruse it. I suggest you actually go over to this channel. In his description box, what is in his description box, he has this telegram. If you want to see some things that are going on in this war that the media is omitting and are not showing, you can go over there. This is not any AI stuff. These are reported strikes that are actually happening that you are unaware about, as the U.S. is winning and have struck down 90% of the Israeli army, as they are asking for more nations to come in and help them, as they are asking for $200 billion more dollars to fight the Iranians after 19 days in. You go over there and check him out. Let me drop this in my description box. Do I have it in here? Let me make sure. I apologize. Oh, it's already in my description box. This video is in my description box under the title "Sanctions Lifted." So I think I have. Now they did a lot of talk about Joe Kent. So I have been. Hold on. I have been telling you about Joe Kent since you go. Oh, God. So you think that God is against Islam? Okay. Okay. Whatever. Do not write hot propaganda in my chat, or you will be deleted. Oh, Chuck Norris died. Oh, thank you for giving me that information. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. I did hear that Chuck Norris was hospitalized on a medical emergency in Hawaii yesterday. I did not know he had passed. And you and your sibling parents are swine and uneducated. Goodbye. Okay, so thank you for giving me that information about Chuck Norris. So my father was a big Chuck Norris fan. I remember running across him one day, and I was like, "Oh my God, my father was such a fan of you." And I said he loved the good, the bad, and the ugly. And when I told my boyfriend was like, Chuck Norris didn't do the good, the bad, the ugly. That was Clint Eastwood. I said, but he loved Chuck Norris. I just got the wrong movie. So rest in peace, Chuck Norris. I don't know the cause of death, but I know that my father really enjoyed him some Chuck Norris. Let me see what we have about Joe Kent. Okay, let's get into Joe Kent story keeps going and going and going. You remember yesterday, if you were here with me, I wanted to play a piece of the interview that he did with Tucker Carlson. Now, I think that Joe Kent and Tucker or Carlson have a white nationalist point of view. I think this is why they coalesce with each other so much. This is just my personal opinion. I've already had this personal opinion when Joe Kent was running for Congress and had white nationalists, the Proud Boys, on his campaign. I've told you this when I first reported Joe Kent had quit the administration, and I read you the letter about Joe Kent quitting this administration. But it seems like this Joe Kent thing is about to be the wind under the sails of this the truth coming out about Iran not being a threat. No matter how many ways that this administration tries to pretend like they were a threat, this and continue to lie about the Iranian threat. Now, understand that Joe Kent was over counterterrorism. And now, after he got out of office, all of a sudden they want you to believe that the FBI had been investigating him. But we know that the FBI under Kakai Patel is going to do whatever it's told to do. So they're trying to say that he didn't leave for the reasons he said he left. He left because he knew that he was under investigation and he had been cut out of daily briefings with the president. So, there's a backstory that is supposed to go way, way back. But the GOP is dismissing Joe Kent. They might come to regret it. The ideological fault line, Joe Kent's a deflection exposed this week, is proving hard for the GOP to paper over. So this will be linked in my description box under Joe Kent, because we're going to talk about him once again. Who thought that this, in my opinion, white nationalist would cause the... And I think that is the reason why, even when he chose Joe Kent for that position, I came out and I gave you the information, the facts, the fact checks about Joe Kent and his ties to the Proud Boys and allegedly white nationalist groups. And I think that is exactly what attracted him to 4547. And that's just my opinion. I showed you the facts, so do with that as you will. When Joe Kent resigns as the U.S. top counterterrorism official over dissatisfaction with the Iran war, President 4547 and much of the establishment GOP shrugged him off as a nobody who was probably better off gone. But the ideological fault line Kent deflection exposed this week is proving harder to paper over, cracking open and deepening a battle for the soul of the Republican Party. Do the Republican Party have a soul? Do they even have a soul? Tucker Carlson, whose podcast is a megaphone for the anti-war populist right, had Kent on his program within 36 hours of his resignation. Now, this is one of the people who they are alleging that Joe Kent had been leaking information to in his official capacity as the head of counterterrorism. Go figure that since Kent quickly wound up on Tucker Carlson's show, now all of a sudden they are saying that they are investigating him for leaks to whom? Tucker Carlson and another podcaster whom they did not name, but they named Tucker Carlson specifically because he was on Tucker Carlson's show. And what was he saying on Tucker Carlson's show? He was saying all types of things about the war, what the counterterrorism said that Iran was not doing, the suspicious things and reasons behind Charlie Kirk's death, and how Charlie Kirk wanted him to make sure that they didn't go to war with Iran. And guess what? I didn't want to pay Tucker Carlson's video yesterday. But there are a plethora of different channels who have played Charlie Kirk. I played the part about Charlie Kirk on yesterday because I found it on another channel. And so I didn't directly use Tucker Carlson's work, but I just wanted you guys to understand that what you're hearing from this White House is a whole lot of bullshit. All of this Christian shit, that is the first layer of bullshit. They are feeding you a whole table of bullshit covered in fake Christianity and sparkles. You know, the sparkles that they had at Charlie Kirk's funeral. I digress. Tucker Carlson, whose podcast is a megaphone for the anti-war populist right, had Kent on his program within 36 hours of his resignation. Far-right commentator Candace Owens booked him for a Thursday event at the Old Trump Hotel in Washington. Let me see if Candace Owens and Joe Kent event has happened. It should have happened last night. Hold on. Let me see. I will drop the link. And please believe there has been nothing about Joe Kent. About Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson that I could stand. Humiliating. Trump loses a war hero. Erica Kirk loses Arkansas. Candace, episode 313. So she does have something. It was streamed 2 days ago. That wouldn't be an interview. A sit down. 2 hours ago, Candace Owen praises Joe Kent's and slams Trump pathetic Iran propaganda. Now, what she means about Arkansas loses Turning Point USA, if you are unaware, the fake crying Erica Kirk showed up in Arkansas with the Ozempic head Sarah Sanders Huckabee, and to announce that they were starting a Turning Point USA in every high school in Oklahoma, because we know that is how they do what? Indoctrinate the youth into the Republican Party and this fake religion and this fake trad life, and get married right out of high school when you're unable to sustain your own self, much less a whole family, and start having children bullshit. Sarah Sanders Huckabee wants to, the daughter of Mike Huckabee, who has no problem is if Israel takes over the whole Middle East. He said out of his mouth that he has no problem with that. Sarah Sanders Huckabee is trying to indoctrinate your children into this fake religion. And in that announcement that they were turning, every high school is going to have a Turning Point USA chapter. Some of the things that Erica Kirk said in her address to these students, that they were going to have these Turning Point USA. She said, I want all of you white male students not to be ashamed. Be proud. Be proud that you're a white male and stand in your strength as a white male. So everyone else cannot be proud of being what other race of male that they are. And don't let anybody put you down because you're a white male. I didn't know that that was happening anywhere in the United States. So now we're into the white male victimhood. Now we're into the let's create a more aggressive white male. Let's start in high school teaching them that they are victims that need to be more aggressive. So there was a chapter of Turning Point USA in Arkansas that said that they were leaving the chapter and they were going to name their chapter some other religious type name. And they said that Turning Point USA, it has gotten away from the message of about Christ and about doing good things, and they have turned into a reactionary type of group that was trying to monopolize on the next viral moment. Did you know that happened in Arkansas? Did you know that while Erica Kirk was telling these young white boys to be proud and be aggressive, that they were boycotting this expansion of Turning Point USA into every high school in Arkansas? But I digress. Go over there and check out Candace Owens. She does have a couple of things to say about that. Let me see. Let me hold on one second. Okay. Let me finish reading this article, and then we're going to go to some other places. Tucker Carlson, whose podcast is a megaphone for the anti-war populist right, had Kent on his program within 36 hours of his resignation. Far-right commentator Candace Owens booked him for a Thursday event at the old Trump Hotel in Washington. How apropos. And the White House was doing what it has done since the war began, insisting that the critics amount to little more than a loud online fringe with no real purchase in Trump's MAGA party. But there is a clear risk in dismissing Kent. Carlson and Owens, whose average viewership rivals CNN primetime lineup, have both suggested or hosted people who have suggested that Israel is behind a range of ills, from leading the U.S. into war with Iran to the murder of Charlie Kirk. Kent's resignation letter, which he shared on X, said intelligence showed that Iran posed no imminent threat despite Trump assertions, and that Israel pushed the U.S. into war. The rift cuts to the heart of the question the Republican Party has never fully resolved in the age of Trump, whether the president's coalition was built on the force of his personality or whether it represented a genuine policy realignment towards populism, insulationism, and American first nationalism. After more than a decade of Trump as the GOP lodestone, it remains unclear whether the party has truly traded the Bush era interventionism for a skepticism of foreign entanglements. One that now sits uneasily alongside what some worry might become a forever war in the Middle East. Kurt Mills, editor of the American Conservative, and Kent and those like him are fighting against an attempt to turn the party back into a hawkish neoconservative cut taxes corporate right-wing party. The constituency of right-wing and populism should be taken seriously, Mills said. He pointed out how critical disaffected voters, especially young men, were to Trump in 2024 victory, and how Trump and his own advisors touted their successes with this demographic. Why do you think that they are creating these Turning Point USA all over the world? Because they were the ones who got Trump this victory. Why do you think that they are trying to get them at even a younger age and indoctrinating them in this fake Christianity bullshit? Now, I'm not saying Christianity is bullshit. I'm saying this fake Christianity that this political party is trying to indoctrinate your children in is bullshit. Why do you think they're doing this? Because it gets a Trump voter, it gets a Republican voter, it gets them at the first vote that they cast till they leave this earth. A long dedicated Republican voter that is indoctrinated in the bullshit. You know, they don't want you indoctrinated into wokeism and shit. Of course, they don't want you to be awoke. Of course, they want you to sleepwalk through life. If you're not woke, what are you? You're asleep. They want you to sleepwalk through life and them to tell you what to do and you to do it like a brainless fool. Of course, they hate being woke. Why do you think that there was such a war on wokeism? Because they like the uneducated voter. That's why. The constituency of right-wing populists should be taken seriously, Mills said. He pointed out how critical disaffected voters, especially young men, were to Trump's 2024 victory and how Trump's own advisors touted their success with the demographic. If you concede that this was what differentiated Trump from Mitt Romney electorally, you believe any of that crap, then the idea that none of these people opinions matter, I think is kind of silly, Mills added. The entropy of fracture has the potential to upend the fragile coalition that the GOP needs to hold together ahead of the midterm elections that will determine who controls Congress for the final 2 years of Trump's term, and by extension, whether he will face a spate of Democratic-led investigations and impeachment inquiries. The White House and its allies insist none of this amounts to much. The anti-war populist right, they argue, had mistaken its megaphones for a movement, confusing online influence with the actual electoral weight in a party that remains at its core is hawkish and broadly supportive of the president. What's actually going on here is that you've got Tucker and Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie all pretending that what's happening here is somehow unforeseen, a betrayal of MAGA, that somehow they all speak for MAGA better than the president who actually designed it, said a conservative podcaster, Ben Shapiro. 90% of MAGA is with Trump. There's a bunch of horseshit being driven by social media site X algorithm traffic that is not reflective of reality, said Ben Shapiro. White House aides, in response to questions about the anti-war backlash, pointed to a long list of polls that largely back the assessment. A NBC News poll released days after the conflict began found that 77% of Republicans, including 90% of self-described MAGA Republicans, supported the strikes on Iran. although that support drops dramatically when people are asked about their support for putting American troops on the ground. The president does not make these incredibly important national security decisions based upon fluid opinion polls or podcast hosts, but on the best interests of the American, but on the best interests, but in the best interests of the American people, said White House spokesperson Dave Engel. Engel described Kent's letter as self-aggrandizing and riddled with lies, disputing the assertion that Israel forced the U.S. to strike Iran, and insisting that Iran did in fact pose an imminent threat and was preparing to strike America first. They were planning to strike America first. According to Marco Rubio, they would be striking America first if your good buddy Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel struck them first. But they decided to strike Iran first instead of telling Benjamin Netanyahu, hey, don't strike them first. They'll strike us, if that's what they truly believe. They never told Benjamin Netanyahu, if you strike them first, you're going to cause them to strike us. No, they never did that. They said, okay, well, let's strike together then. Okay. While Ken didn't respond for a request for comment, while Republican support has slipped, a political poll this week showed that 70% of the 2024 Trump voters and 81% of the self-described MAGA Republicans support the Iranian strike. It remains robust. The influence of the kind of neo-isolationist restrainer wing of the party is waning. As real life hits them over the head with a frying pan, Tim Chapman, president of Advancing American Freedom, the organization founded by Trump's first vice president, Mike Pence, it's not a tenable position anymore in the White House, because the White House is dealing with the real world, and they're dealing with their online world that they want to be real, but it just isn't reality. Oh my God. These numbnuts. Okay, I'm done with this article. You can read the rest of this article under... I do have this article under Joe Kent. Yes, let's move on to more Joe Kent things that I will want to share with you. It seems like this Joe Kent thing is heating up the conversation about this war. So let's see where it goes. Catholic for Catholics.
This decision to follow your conscience, give us a little backstory. How did that happen?
Without getting too much into detail, I just did a long form podcast with Tucker, kind of laid out the entire politics of the issue. But look, after serving 20 years, mostly deployed to the Middle East, fighting the wars over there, and just seeing how our country had been lied to and brought down the wrong path in those wars, and that we were getting sucked into another one, and that the American people didn't have the full story, and our country did not have a vital national interest in this current fight. I said, hey, I in good conscience can't do this, because that was a promise I made to myself probably 20 plus years ago when I was deployed to Iraq. Once I realized after my first couple deployments that we weren't there for the reasons that our government told us we were there for, I said, if it's ever my turn, if I'm ever an adult in this situation, I ever have a position of responsibility, I will not in good conscience send young men and women off to die on foreign battlefields.
So we're Catholics here, and I believe you're a baptized Catholic. We saw just on Sunday, and this is so great to see, because people are like, why Catholic champion, or why here? The Holy Father, the Vicar of Christ on earth, has been so strong and outspoken in recent comments talking about what Catholics should be worried about, the innocent people that are being hurt through all this. He mentioned the Catholic priest that was killed, Father Pierre, by an attack in Lebanon. Does it help you to have either members of your faith community or religious leaders speaking up on your behalf? Like, what's it been like to have that support from outside?
It's been huge. I quite frankly didn't think when I submitted my resignation it would get the traction or the attention that you talked about. But having this support from friends, family, but really I've been asked a couple times, was it a hard decision to make? And it's definitely a decision I didn't make lightly. I put a lot of thought into it, and I'd been thinking about it for quite some time. But having faith, I think I was able to hear God's voice. I was able to hear that I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and it was my time to actually take it.
Okay, let's understand for the next election cycle, this is who you will see running on the ticket. He has run twice as a failed Senate candidate for the state of Washington. We know we will see this failed grifter again. This failed, in my opinion, white nationalist grifter again. I'm pretty sure that he is a little upset that he didn't do this sooner. Maybe he could have been on this midterm ticket. But then the sun will come out tomorrow. Maybe Joe Kent can be a congressman. Come what may. Just thinking about tomorrow turns a grifter into a candidate. Come what may. Tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're always a... Let me quit clowning. You're always a day away. Let's see what this Joe Kent interview with Tucker Carlton was given. All of these links are in my description box under Joe Kent. Let's see what he had to say. A breaking point is going to drop some little nuggets of the Tucker Carlson interview.
Trying to get around, this wall that had been built. And, Trump is responsible for the fact, by the way, that wall is built and that he surrounded himself with complete sycophants who were just telling him what he wanted to hear about how great this war would be and how easy it would be and how the regime would topple immediately, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so let's get actually into some of the clips here from the interview. E2, let's start with this declarative statement from a man with the highest security clearance in the United States government, National Counterterrorism Director as of a couple of days ago. Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States. Let's take a listen.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region, and their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was, executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Sodomized by a bayonet. Right.
The Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon. And that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Does that sound like a bunch of religious fanatics who don't think, or what do they say? They're a theocracy. They want the end times. They hate us all very much. What do you hear from that? Highly pragmatic. Mm-hmm. You have people who respond to circumstances, thought very deeply about the types of decisions they were making, but most importantly, no imminent threat.
Yeah.
No imminent threat. Okay. So what they said is BS completely. And I know that might be obvious to the viewers of our show in the hopes that this reaches many, many people. Remember that the Pentagon, the White House press secretary, the president of the United States, the secretary of state, all of them have said that this is an imminent threat. And as Kent explains very clearly, the only imminent threat was Israel's imminent threat to the country of Iran, who was then going to attack Israel and, yes, the United States of America bases, which protects Israel. And as a result, we had to go in and preemptively strike Israel's preemption. When you put it that way, it's a real different imminent threat, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that, coming out of the mouth of somebody who had access to the intelligence, who was in the room, not for this one, but for the previous one on Midnight Hammer, and he went through some of that, I just have no other conclusion than, like, you have a president who is completely captured here by Israeli interests and logic. And for whatever reason, he refuses to say no, as Kent says, is an option. And I'm not blaming Israel. Yeah, it's their fault too. But I'm saying Trump is incapable of doing this.
Yeah.
He is incapable. And he has now shown us that. And if you listen to this interview, and we're about to get to even some more shocking stuff around Charlie Kirk and all of that, I do not have another conclusion than that. That is the only conclusion I can draw.
Well,
he's terrified. He's either terrified or he agrees. I don't know what's worse.
Right.
I prefer terrified, because at least maybe we could get out of that.
We still see Trump parroting these insane Israeli talking points. It was deeply disturbing to me when he said that the pro-government demonstrations in the street, that they were fake, that they were AI. And look, I don't know what he believes and what are lies or whatever. It seemed to me like he actually believed that, or at least he believed it had enough credibility to repeat it to the American public. That comes directly from the Israelis. So there's no doubt, the influence campaign that they successfully launched here. And I want to pair this, Joe Kent's comments there about how no imminent threat, no, they were not developing a nuclear weapon. That is not what we assessed at all, with Tulsi Gabbard's testimony yesterday, where she was asked about this as well. John Ossoff pressed her on, listen, you said last summer this nuclear threat was obliterated, that their nuclear program was obliterated. So what's going on here? This is D1. Let's listen to that.
That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
So she won't say it. She said, oh, well, that's not really my job. That's up to the president.
The only person who can determine imminent threat is the president. No, not
that's
true.
Literally your job.
Yes.
That is your job, is to determine, which she knows, but she's unwilling to just outright lie. So she dodges by saying, well, the president in all his brilliance and glory and magnificence, he's the one that we have to defer to. And only he can really, with his magical abilities, can really determine whether this was a threat to the United States. And I want to emphasize one other aspect of the testimony there in the exchange with John Ossoff. He says, in your written testimony, you talked about how there had been no efforts since the nuclear enrichment was supposedly obliterated to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. That was in the written testimony. She chose not to say that when she actually gave her opening statement. that was omitted because, again, that's very uncomfortable for this administration in all of their many layered lies and rationales for why we're now in this disastrous war.
And she's actually literally testifying as you and I are talking, and she just continues to say, she's like, the ODNI is not my personal view. This is the view of the intelligence community, and the president is the one who can make the imminent threat decision. Now, to the point that I made earlier about Israeli capture, Joe went into great detail about what that looked like inside the information environment in the lead up to this war. Let's take a listen.
But I know how this works. I know the Israeli officials, some in intelligence, some in government, will come to U.S. government officials, and they will say all kinds of things that we know from our intelligence just simply isn't true. And they'll say, hey, I'm giving you a preview. It's not in intelligence channels yet, but here's what's going to happen. And that doesn't usually come to
Wait a second. I mean, I thought that U.S. policymakers made their decisions on the basis of intelligence collected and or vetted by our intelligence. That's why we have intelligence agencies that soak up hundreds of billions a year. But you're saying that Israeli officials short-circuited the entire U.S. government and just went right to American policymakers and said, it doesn't matter what your country says, here's what we know. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, usually they're pretty slick, and they'll say, hey, this isn't in intelligence channels yet because it's going to take some time to get there. And here they're on the cusp of building a bomb. You know, they're going to, I don't know, you pick your topic. A lot of times they'll sample different things until they find what sticks.
Sample different things until they find what sticks. So it's not intelligence, propaganda. He also talked about how he would hear things from the Israelis, and then on the next day, he would hear it on Mark Levin's show or in the Wall Street Journal or by Mark Dewitz, anybody from the Israel lobby. I mean, literally out of the book.
Sample different things until you find what stick. Isn't that what they did with the causation and rationalization of going to war with Iran? They tried different things and they saw what would stick. Well, we know anything will stick for some of the ignorance in the MAGA pile, but they have constantly have continuously tried different things from nuclear arsenals to long-range missiles, and nothing is sticking but the death of the U.S. currency.
Professor John Mearsheimer, who we just talked to, this is the Israel lobby, the most sophisticated lobby in now, I would say, the history of mankind, the co-option of a U.S. superpower. And that does not in any way absolve Donald Trump from allowing himself to be lobby controlled or whatever here by the Israelis. I want to make that very clear. But I think whenever we play this next one, honestly, this was the most shocking part. I plan on spending a decent amount of time on this in our interview with Joe Kent, which is currently scheduled for tomorrow, is his discussion around the circumstances of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and then connecting that to Butler, and then connecting that to potentially why this war is happening the way that it is. E4, let's take a listen.
Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran. Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that, it's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into, but there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
No, I don't think you are.
because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran.
I'll be honest, that shocked me. As you and I know, we're not Charlie Kirk we're not Egyptian planes people over here. We covered that story at the time. The NCTC, Joe Kent himself, was blocked by Kash Patel by the FBI. I don't know, man. You listen to that. What conclusion are you going to draw?
Well,
what does he keep hinting at?
You have to read, but not read very much between the lines, but he's saying, look, this is what Charlie said to me. He said, keep us from going to war with Iran. We know that he was under all this pressure from pro-Israel donors. There were some sorts of questions that I had based on, tips or whatever intel he had access to of a potential foreign nexus. And I was blocked from being able to continue the investigation. And they said, no, it's going to be just handled at the state level. And any of the queries that he made were just completely stonewalled. So, he's heavily hinting at the possibility that he thinks, which is, this is truly, truly shocking stuff. And look, it requires a lot of evidence.
Yeah,
right?
no, exactly. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Right? The current evidence says what? Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Okay, and that's probably the case. The case that he is alluding to is about some potential foreign. And again, I want to be clear here. I would never make this statement without the evidence that we now have, which is an allegation made by the National Counterterrorism Director with the highest level of security clearance, who, as reported at the time by the New York Times, was blocked from any foreign connection investigation and is now bringing this up. Not just, I want to be clear too, in his Tucker interview, he brought this up organically. He did not bring it up after Tucker pressed him on the question. It was brought up in context of the Butler assassination attempt and this one. And in both cases, he said we weren't allowed to fully investigate either of those and then he said, I think that President Trump could feel under threat. He is drawing a conclusion in his mind. He is drawing that. Now, if I do that, I'm a crazy person because I don't have inside information. I'm not in the Situation Room. I haven't seen all this stuff. He has, right?
Yeah.
And so based on that, man, what are we drawing conclusions here for? And I'm trying so hard not to go over the brink here, but this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Well, and one of the things that has been speculated about why Trump decided to get into this insane war was that he believed that the Iranians had been trying to assassinate him. And he said this. He said something to the effect of, I got the Ayatollah before he could get me. So it does seem like, he had some thought in that direction, and that could be a potential motivation. This opens up another question if he felt under threat from the Israelis. That is what Joe Kent is hinting at here, very heavily hinting at here, that the threat that Trump could have felt to himself and his family could have been that he was worried about what the Israelis would do. And again, it's wild to even say this stuff.
I know.
But when you have someone who was at this high level of government with access to information that he had, who is suggesting this, you have to take it seriously. There were a number of other things that he said that were extremely interesting. He talked a lot about how there were people who were posting things online who seemed to have foreknowledge of the plot against Charlie and the ultimate murder of Charlie, and that was something he wanted to pursue that also was not allowed to be pursued. So that was very interesting. He also made this comment about how one tactic of the government is that they will stop providing any information to the public about something that the public is obviously very interested in and about which there should be more information. The Butler assassination being one example, Charlie Kirk's assassination being another example. And he said this will be done intentionally so that you get a lot of really crazy conspiracy theories, the Egyptian planes and the French foreign league, whatever, like all that stuff. And then it sort of discredits other avenues that you might pursue outside of the official narrative, because then you look like, all right, well, the official narrative seems more credible than whatever these crazy people are on about over here. So he identifies that as a tactic. in connection with these two events in particular, Butler and then Charlie Kirk's assassination. And yeah, I mean, the Butler thing is legitimately wild because here you have, the guy who they tried to was, almost killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. You would think that there would be a fulsome look. Okay, who is this guy and where did he come from? And what were his motivations? And that was also shut down. And they did very similar to the Epstein files. Like, no, we looked into it. Nothing to see here. We're all moving on.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point where, look, again, I would not say any of this if he hadn't said it. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, no, we didn't do a lot of like Butler, speculation or
Didn't
whatever.
see much. Seems believable. Crazy guy, does research, wants to shoot Trump. I mean, okay, makes sense. It's John Hinckley, right? You've seen it before.
Yeah.
It's not a crazy situation.
Country chock full of guns and mentally unstable people. One of them can get a shot off.
Well, I mean, literally look at the guy, right? He's a loser. And so, all right, I believe it. But then the National Counterterrorism Director, or NCTC Director, ODNI, highest security clearance in the world, exits the government and starts talking about it in the context of Trump's behavior vis-a-vis Israel. And you're like, holy shit, man. I mean, he is drawing a conclusion, which, look, he could be wrong, but he's got a lot more information than I do. And then he draws the Charlie Kirk situation into that as well. And he's like, maybe he feels like he's at threat. Another section, I don't know if you noticed, was him and Tucker talking about breaches in Trump's security.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I hadn't thought about this. They talked about Code Pink, being at a dinner. And we should actually ask Medea. We should just call her and ask her, Medea Benjamin, how she got access.
Did you know?
Because they were like, look, to us, that seemed like a huge crack in the president's security.
And just to remind people who may have forgotten, Trump showed up to have dinner at a local restaurant, and Code Pink activists had gotten a heads up that he was going to be going there, and they were inside of the restaurant,
and they had a reservation,
tables
so
away.
They knew it was coming.
Yeah, so this was, this was pre-planned. This wasn't just like, oh my God, there's the motorcade, let's go. This was a pre-planned protest, which is their right to do. But for the president's security, how that obviously raises crazy questions about how did they get access to this information. And then he mentioned another time when there was someone who was apparently just like a fan, but who wanted a handshake and was able to get to anticipate where Trump was going to be and be able to get right at him to get this handshake. Well, it's a supporter, so there's no harm that was done. But again, this is a massive security breach. So he intentionally raises those two things as what is going on.
I'm looking
there.
at this now. This is from 2015. NYPD suspends detective who snuck into the Ryder Cup pretending to be on Trump's security detail. I'll be honest. I mean, both of these are crazy. I was part of the White House press corps, and I had to go to restaurants when Trump would go dine. We didn't even know where he was going. They just said Trump is on his way to a restaurant. We're like, okay. We could assume. We thought usually it's the Trump Steakhouse. So that's what we would think, but we didn't know. So I was literally in the van behind the motorcade, and I didn't know where I was going for context. So how do other people know where he's going? Who tipped him off? I guess what they're saying is that in all of these, they're pointing to various different warnings. And look, I get it. This sounds like something out of a novel, like some Tom Clancy level nonsense, but he seems to believe it's real. And if he does, then maybe I should, and maybe all of you should. So yeah, wow. I just don't know. I mean, I will say for Joe, it's pretty clear he is desperate to try and get a message to Trump that you're being controlled by the Israelis. And he's like begging him for an off-ramp and to try to get out of this. That seems to be his main goal in resigning. He said at the end, you hold the cards. But I do think it's like a desperate cry for help at the end. That letter saying at the end, you have the cards. He's trying to shake it. He's like, you have the cards. Like you're in control.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah. Well, and the last thing I'll say about it is, I raised this immediately, and I said something similar about Tucker. I understand. First of all, I just want to say I really appreciate I think it takes a lot of courage to resign.
Say something. I wanted them to get all of that out because I think that it's all important information to understand the levels at which they shut down all of investigation into. They put out this fake story from the FBI. We found the gun wrapped up. He took apart the gun. He put the gun back together to leave it in the forest and blah, 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 blah. All of this bullshit that they gave you about the Charlie Kirk story. Then to not allow any more investigations. I mean, Kakai Patel taking credit for catching the perpetrator, the accused perpetrator in the Kirk assassination is just enough to drive you crazy when you understand that this man turned himself in. All of that aside, you know what? I give zero fucks about Charlie Kirk and the fact that they put this man up on a pedestal and they gave him congressional honor and they let him lay in state because the only thing in my opinion that he did is bring a whole lot of young white youth to the Republican Party. And when they didn't even let Jesse Jackson lay in state when he had American hostages released says a whole lot. So you know what do all of these people have in common, from Donald Trump to Charlie Kirk to Joe Kent to Tucker Carlson? They all have this white nationalist agenda. That's what they all have. So fuck them, in my opinion.
And to speak out in this way. And his life is about to be upended if it's not already. Saagar immediately called it, and sure enough, he's under investigation, threatened with indictment. They're going to do what they can to destroy this man. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so we should all be grateful to him for coming forward and, making his concerns known. I think tactically he's decided, if you listen to this interview with Tucker, he is very almost worshipful of Trump. Only Trump can get us, and his negotiating skills, and he's the whole reason why we had Iran at the table. I mean, of course, I'm listening to this and going this is the same man who tore up the nuclear deal to come in with. So come on, right? But in any case, clearly this is his tactic, that he thinks if he's just sufficiently praiseful of Trump and tries to, word things properly so that his fragile ego isn't hurt and he gets the message in that he's being controlled and it's really not his fault and he can get that, maybe that's the way to have influence. And I think that ship has sailed. I think at this point, your best weapon right now in this fight is the full unvarnished truth. And because
after Joe Kent resigned, Trump said he was a nice guy, but he really wasn't good at intelligence. Yet you put him. Now, he didn't put himself over the head of counterintelligence. You put him over the head of counterintelligence. So this link is in my description box. If you would like to peruse it, go over there and check out Breaking Points. They have quite a few good stories. Crazy how they forget to mention Erica's charity in Romania, her relation to the Rothschilds, and the fact that she's visiting universities and high school nationwide right now. Curiously, how she is telling these high school students, do not be ashamed and don't let anyone put you down for being a white male, and you need to stand up for yourself as a white male. It is strangely how she is telling these high school students to be more aggressive white males. If you missed that part of the programming, all of the students are clowning her. Release the Trump Epstein files and war is over. And Orange goes to prison. Yeah, so that's my show. If you miss portions of my show, go back and see what we talked about. Pete Keg Breath is asking for $200 billion more of your tax dollars after pissing off $93 billion of your tax dollars in September of last year that they had not spent in their from their Pentagon budget. The Pentagon budget is $1 trillion. The Pentagon in September of 2025 had an excess of $93 billion that they had not spent. So Pete Kegbrev decided to blow the money on many contracts that they have not told you exactly who the contracts are with, buying grand pianos, buying vintage violins and priceless flutes for some admiral or something in the service. Hundreds of millions of dollars on crab legs, hundreds of $1 million on ribeye steaks, hundreds of millions of dollars on lobster tails, high-end furniture that was listed as office furniture, $93 billion. Do you know why he chose to blow off that $93 million in September of 2023? And now here we are in March of 2025, and here we are in March of 2026, and he is coming to Congress, where he didn't go to get authorization for the war, but he's going to Congress to ask for $200 billion more dollars after blowing off $93 billion. 93 billions of dollars in September of last year, because he was under the thought that if you don't use the money, you will lose the money. As in, if I don't use all of this $93 billion, surely my country don't need it. Surely, as I hear about people losing their health care, surely as I hear them clawing back people off of food stamp assistance, surely my nation don't need this for the betterment of the people who are paying their tax dollars into this $1 trillion budget that I don't need $93 billion worth. No, I'm not going to give it back to the government, because they may not give me $1 trillion next year that I obviously don't need. I'm going to blow it on bullshit. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to ask the government of the Congress to give me 200 billion more dollars to fight a war that I didn't respect Congress enough to go to lay out the reason for said war. Let that sink in. What the fuck are you talking about? False, it was the truth. What are you talking about? False, it was the truth. Explain yourself. Who are you telling false it was the troops? What are you talking about? Nothing. You're talking about absolutely nothing. You're talking about absolutely nothing. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah. All right, guys. I appreciate your support. I hope you come back. I will be here. I'll be here all week long, as in next week. So come back and check me out next week. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. If you would like to support the channel, $RonyiQ. I don't have my goals up today, but you can always help me. My goal when I come live is to give you some information that you may not find readily discussed on your for-profit media. Let me make sure before I leave there is not any breaking news. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. My father was a big fan of Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris was hospitalized on yesterday, and I found out during the chat that he has passed away. So rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Oh, my goodness. Let me share this with you. The title alone. Oh, let me see. The title alone of this video is intriguing. I'll go over to Breaking Point. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. The title of this video is BB demands ground troops as Marines are rushed to Iran. Isn't that interesting? That's an interesting title. Bibi demands ground troops as Marines rush to Iran. Let's see what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about, but we're going to find out.
And we've got some potential contradictions between what Hegseth heard from the fallen soldier's family and what Hegseth has been saying. And then
Yeah, I've already played that contradiction of, they told me to go and win the war. And I told you what they actually were saying. We covered that.
Be shut down because they successfully shut down that pathway previously, just using, drones.
From the air. There needs to be a ground component as well. He says there are many possibilities.
Come in and want to be king and have the powers to do so.
Really great timing there. But let's start with our friend Benjamin Netanyahu. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says can't do a revolution in Iran from the air. There needs to be a ground component as well. He says there are many possibilities for a ground component, but won't share what they are. What do we make of that?
Yeah. It certainly looks like that's the direction we're heading in, and we can talk about some additional reporting about, it's really coming down to the Strait of Hormuz. It's also, we now have the Houthis, Ansar Allah, who are saying they are going to join the fight, which means that one of the alternative pathways for oil will potentially also be shut down because they successfully shut down that pathway previously, just using, drones and menacing ships in the area. So, at this point, I think what Netanyahu is acknowledging here is that he has helped to get the U.S. to a point where there is going to be no more significant strategic success without some ground troop component, which he's happy to see our service members go in and fight and get slaughtered, and us to be weakened in the region, as well, along with, of course, Iran and the GCC member states being weakened as well. And, I'm always very clear that ultimately this is all Trump's fault. He's the one who ultimately decided to go in. I think a lot of the reporting about, they have different aims and maybe there's going to be a blow up, blah, blah, blah. I put that in the same category as the repeated leaks to Barack Ravid during the Brandon administration, where it was, he's very upset with Netanyahu, blah, blah, blah. I think they're similarly absurd that there's some significant break coming between the Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime. But, one other thing that I'll mention here is in Netanyahu's comments, which we're going to play some others of that are very interesting that I want to hear Emily's take on for you in a moment. But he did a classic thing of, in English, he was like, this thing could be over really quickly. I think in response to a question from Richard Engel, he was like, this could be over a lot quicker than people think. And then in Hebrew to the Israelis is like, this is going to go as long as it needs to go. We're going to be in here as long as we need to be there. So, very different messages to the English-speaking world versus the domestic audience in Israel.
Well, and I think the two things that seem right now, fundamental things that seem to have been totally, what's the right word here? Like, I don't want to use a word that's too generous, but seem to have been
I really can't take this person in the middle. I really cannot take her. I'm going to fast forward.
Underestimated. The president really confident evolution to the ground troop.
It is on our show where now the only way that Trump could actually end this war at this point would be not only for him to walk away, but for there to be significant concessions given to Iran. I mean, he would have to not only walk away, but walk away with his tail between his legs saying, what would you like to make you feel safe and secure? Iranian government that is still firmly in place and now also is directly controlling who comes and goes from the Strait of Hormuz.
Period. While all of this, you're hearing all of this, we're winning. We have crippled their military as they are shooting our planes out of the sky. Are we serious? Is this what we are pretending? As we're asking for 200 billion more of your tax dollars to fight this war, 19 days into the war, from a Pentagon that had a $1 trillion budget, and y'all believe the shit that we are winning? How could you believe we're winning when they need more money 19 days in and they had $1 trillion budget?
So it's, I mean, he has created an absolute mess for himself. And, here's some of the indications. This is, again, Barack Ravid, Mark Caputo, about what is being considered Trump's risky Karg Island takeover to force Iran to open strait. We also have news that more Marines are being rushed to the region. There's expected to be some overlap between this new deployment of Marines and the Marines that have already been rushed into the region. So that seems like it could be, leading to some sort of boots on the ground. I did see, Emily, do you remember who it was, or Griffin, do you remember who it was? One of the Republican senators who was like, well, if the boots are only on an island, that's not the same as boots on the ground in like mainland Iran. I liked that redefinition of boots on the ground. Yeah, I wish I could remember who it was. But in any case, Ravid reporting here, the Trump administration considering plans to occupy or blockade Iran's Karg Island to pressure Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let me also show you this. U.S. warplanes and helicopters, this is from the Wall Street Journal, kick off battle to reopen Hormuz. So this battle has already started now. U.S. and its allies have intensified the battle to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, sending low-flying attack jets over the sea lanes to blast Iranian naval vessels and Apache helicopters to shoot down Iran's deadly drones, according to American military officials. The stepped-up operation is part of a multi-stage Pentagon plan to reduce the danger from Iranian armed boats, mines, and cruise missiles, which have halted ship traffic through the waterway. Not exactly. Iran is getting the ships through that they want to get through. But in any case, if the danger can be reduced, the U.S. could send U.S. warships through the strait and eventually escort vehicles in and out of the Persian Gulf. But it will still likely take weeks for the U.S. to clear out Iran's web of assets that have harassed traffic through a choke point for 20% of the world's oil exports and a large amount of commercial shipping traffic. And there is a quote in here. They're using these A-10 Warthogs extensively in this operation, apparently for the military people out there to whom that means something. And there is a quote in here where someone, an analyst says, military analyst says, look, even here it is, lowering the threat to the point where ships can resume transiting the strait is doable, but it takes time, and you are probably never going to get to 100%. We could reach a stage where we're getting ships through, and they could still get a lucky shot. So that is the landscape at this point. The battle is already joined. They have already escalated. They're now trying to, restore control over the Strait of Hormuz, the ability of our ships and our ally ships to be able to pass through. And it will take a lot of time. It will be very risky and very dangerous. And even after all of that work, even in the most optimistic scenario, you are still going to have the possibility of an Iranian drone coming in and blowing something up with devastating consequences for lives and treasure.
I saw an update this morning that the death toll right now in Lebanon is around 1,000 and Iran is around 1,300. And I don't know the breakdown. First of all, I mean, I don't know how confident we are in those numbers or the reports are in those numbers, and I don't know at least got covered.
Where an F-35 aircraft was apparently struck by the Iranians. This marks a first. This is this is like the highest tech of our high-tech fighter jets. It's supposed to be stealth. The fact that they were able to hit this plane,
It's supposed to be stealth. It's supposed to be unable to be struck because it moves so fast that you can't get a lock on this plane. And Kegbreath told you that they have torn up any ability of Iran to even make such missiles, even to make their antiquated little missile things that they use. Kegbreath came out there and told you yesterday. And they refuse to let you see the fighter plane. They refuse to let you see the aircraft carrier, Gerald Ford aircraft carrier that was reported to be on fire for a total of 30 days because of some type of strike on it, and that is allegedly on its way to Greece to be repaired. What about all of this? Oh, let's pretend this stuff never happened.
jet was apparently very significant. It says U.S. F-35 aircraft makes emergency landing after a combat mission over Iran. By the way, there is some I think appropriate skepticism about exactly the story that we're being told here, that the F-35 fighter jet landed safely and the pilot is in stable condition. I have seen some conjecture. They haven't said where or who or any of the specifics, so there is some conjecture over whether that part of this is true or not. I also saw some conjecture that another F-35 may have also been struck, but this is all still very unconfirmed. What we do know is that Iran was at least able to hit this one jet, and the Iranians released some of the footage that they purported to be from that takedown. They said an F-35 fighter jet from the U.S. has made an emergency landing at an airbase in the Middle East after carrying out a combat mission over Iran. Aircraft landed safely. Pilot is in stable condition. We are aware of reports that a U.S. F-35 aircraft conducted an emergency landing at a regional U.S. airbase after flying a combat mission over Iran. Aircraft landed safely. Incident is under investigation. CNN reported two anonymous sources saying the plane, which cost up to $100 million, was likely hit by Iran. So the fact that they can take shots at these things, this, according to the military analysts, is very significant because it makes it much more dangerous for the U.S. to just fly these sorties over Iran, because now you're like, oh, they have a capability we did not know that they had. So now we have to plan for that. And that is a very clear.
Another thing we did not know. Oh, is that true? I did not know that. I'm going to a war. I did not know y'all could do that. I did not know you could shoot down an F-30. I didn't know. I did my homework, but I did not do my homework. I did not know.
Risk for these pilots who are involved. We've already had a number of other aircraft, American aircraft. I saw, upwards of somewhere around 16 that have been damaged or destroyed in a variety of circumstances. Some of the circumstances I continue to believe we're not getting the accurate story about, including the 3 that just plummeted from the sky. And they're like, oh, oops, friendly fire. We didn't know, something happened. The refueling one is also big question marks there too.
They said it was like, it wasn't offensive or defensive. It was like a neutral error that those 3 planes went down. And is this like the ghost of Kuwait or something? Like, I'm not really sure what's happening.
Well, one of the theories, again, unconfirmed, but listen, I mean, we just can't believe anything this government says at this point. We'll tell you about some of the just insanely basic things that Pete Hegseth is out here lying about in a moment. But in any case, one of the theories is that it was actually like a GCC allied pilot that went rogue, a Kuwaiti pilot in particular, and intentionally shot down our fighter jets. That's one of the theories. And to me, that's much more plausible, at least, than the idea like, oopsies, we just had some sort of an unspecified incident and all 3 of these happened to, crash to the ground in the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely doesn't make sense.
No,
definitely does not add
sense.
up.
Yes.
And this reporter from Newsmax shared some about the accelerated deployment of the Marines and sailors heading to the Middle East. 4 officials tell Newsmax the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group and the embarked 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit is deploying ahead of schedule. There are roughly 2,500 Marines, 4,000 total service members, seemingly to potentially take or blockade this Karg Island area, which essentially, seems strategically kind of like a kill box for these U.S. soldiers. Additionally, we have some sought here from Scott Bessent talking about his ideas for Karg Island. Let's take a listen.
Laser focus on it. As I said, there was a bombing campaign last week. The military at the...
Wait a minute. Tell me, are we taking a war fighting advice from Scott Bessent, who lives in a pink Barbie mansion with his husband? Are we taking, who has never been in the service? Are we taking a war military advice from Scott Bessent? What the fuck is really going on here, Scott? When did you enlist in any branch of the military? Huh, Scott? Huh? You're the Treasury Secretary who own a business in finance, lost 90% of the money that was invested in your own fucking business. After you stopped working for Home George Soros, where you had babysitters working with you under George Soros, who let it appear to be that you were some big wig of financial genius. And but what they don't tell you is how much money you lost for your own company after you left George Soros, and now you're our Treasury Secretary, and now you talking about military what, bitch? Excuse me? Excuse me? Work on getting the tariff money. Work on getting the tariff money back to the American people. Do something that is in your will. What do they call that? Your will, whatever. That is in your. What do they call that? Do something that is in the purview of your job. How about that?
And the other thing I can tell you, if you're an oil worker, you don't want to work there. So all the oil workers are being coerced to stay there. And, we will see what happens with whether that eventually becomes a U.S. asset.
All right. So it could eventually become a U.S. asset, maybe the 51st state. You never know.
If you're an oil worker, you don't want to work there. I want to work there if I'm getting paid. If I'm a TSA worker, I don't want to work there because the Republicans refuse to pass a budget to pay me, so they won't have to deal with ICE separately, which they could do, and or they could say, "Fuck it, ICE, you cannot wear a mask, and you must wear proper identification." But the TSA workers that show up to work every day are getting to the point where they don't want to work there. But this motherfucker, can you do what you're supposed to do? Handle the financial situation on the domestic side of things, Scott Besson. Nobody's looking for you for no motherfucking war tips, bitch.
The Republic of Karg.
Yeah. And this is all amidst the fact that they tried to get other countries to come into the Strait of Hormuz to provide backup. They're all like, actually, we're going to hard pass on that. So I guess now we're like, okay, we'll just dump all of our servicemen in there. See how that goes.
Well, and I was watching a BBC report last night. This probably sounds obvious to many people, but Iran has prepared for these possibilities for a long time, and they have other ports that aren't just going to, that Karg Island is not going to, U.S. takeover of Karg Island is not going to prevent them from using. So it does look like escalation spiral. It does look like Trump might have some excuse to say this is a limited operation, just like Crystal said, it's not boots on the ground, it's boots on the island, as though the island isn't soil. And then from there, your boots on the ground. We all know how that goes. We've all seen how that has gone over the last 20 years.
Well, and from speaking to Professor Pape, what he warns is, first of all, we were taking a look at the geography of this area of these sheer cliffs. To Emily's point, the Iranians have been gaming this out for literally decades, thinking about this. They also learned a lot. Well, they learned a lot from the Iran-Iraq war, which we, of course, were, backing Iraq in. And then we learned a lot more recently from the 12-day war. And some of the speculation I've seen is actually this capacity to take down our F-35 fighter jets or potentially take them down was developed after the 12-day war. So that tells you they haven't just been sitting there like, I'm sure this diplomacy with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff's going to work out this time. No, they were clear-eyed. They knew that this was very likely, if not, inevitable. And they've been thinking about how exactly to prepare. So taking Karg Island is one thing. Maybe you could probably accomplish that, with the U.S. military. You come in full force, bomb a bunch of shit, kill a bunch of people, and probably some of our service members die as well. But then you also have to hold Karg Island, and it's very close to the Iranian mainland. Would not be hard for Shahid drones, which have been apparently
I wanted to see what they were going to say about the military families.
Miraculous off-ramp that is achieved right now. The Iranians rationally may very well begin pursuing, a nuclear weapon or moving again in that direction. And Israel will be right here back in D.C.,
Let's see if they ever got to the videos, the portion of the show where they talk about what the military families are doing. No. No. Let me see. Maybe they are still live. I don't know. Let's see. No, they were not live. So they have not gotten to the portion of the video where they spoke about the military families. Go over and check out Breaking Point nonetheless. I think that was, yes, Breaking Point nonetheless. I am going to put their link in my description box and in the community chat. So I'll go over there and check out. I am a big fan of Crystal Ball. I am a big fan of her husband at Secular Talk. What is his name? Kyle Kalinske. Yes. Well, Jeff, go sit down somewhere with your dumb ass. Just go sit down with your dumb ass. Yeah, I thought it wasn't a war. He does need authorization for a war, you dummy. That's why they're trying to call it kinetic strikes and other things other than calling it a war. But here come your dumb ass trying to make believe that he does not need authorization for a war. He does not need authorization for strikes. He needs authorization for war. So if you don't know what you're talking about, shut the fuck up. Okay. Anyway. That went left real quick. Okay, let me see. Let me see if there's anything else good that I would like to share with you. I think that's it. A Republican is leaving the Republican Party. You also may want to go over and check out Sabby. I'm not going to play her video. You may want to go over there and check out Sabby Sabs. She does great commentary. She has done a great deep dive into the thing that is called Erica Kirk and her family connections to the, I think it's the Rothschilds or the Rothensteins. Go over there and check out Sabby Sasters, Sabby. Go over there and check her out. I am going to put her link in the chat. I highly recommend her if you want to hear some of the behind the scenes and all of the ways that this poor, unassuming trad wife, which was married to Charlie Kirk, seems to have been a honeypot indeed, a whole plant in the machine of it all. So go over there and check her out and, make your own decision. Yesterday, want jump the aisle. She said yesterday, English please. Can we get a little English in your typing? 214 to 217. We are getting closer and closer to take over the House of Representatives. The U.S. is healing. No, the U.S. is getting the skin peeled back on them at this time. But it is what it is. Don't hit the bully and then cry when you get tired of losing and think that okay, we can just stop fighting. No, you just can't stop fighting the bully. Now, I will leave you with this.
For the last few months,
I will leave you with this. I want to talk about what is a trad wife. I thought they would call track wife or something. I was not familiar with these trad wives. We will leave with this. Hit the like if you leave before the end of this. I find this quite interesting. All of this hoopla about these trad wives. So this is what Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk and all of these Christian right nationalists, these alleged Christians, are trying to feed these young white males that all they need to do is get them a wife right after high school and impregnate her and live happily ever after in with their high school education and no professional training, and that they will be able to get a job to sustain any of the things that they're telling these young gullible white males to do. So I'm going to drop this in my description box under a trad wife and see if you agree. This is in More Perfect Union. Let's find out.
Ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants to be us. What if I don't want to live the way you live? I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
When I was a teenager, this was the image of being a feminist.
I definitely consider myself an entrepreneur. Not only am I an influencer, but I'm also a designer, a tech entrepreneur, an advisor, an investor.
Whenever there's a quote unquote glass ceiling, there's an iron woman right behind it.
You're a couple years out of new school, which is the most...
Just a few months.
It was being a girl boss, a powerful career-focused woman who made it to the top of her field.
I don't exactly know what you do or how you do it, but when you walk through these gates, things start happening.
But for teenage girls these days, it's all about living a soft life, not reaching the top of the corporate ladder, but instead quiet quitting, being a stay-at-home girlfriend, or even a trad wife.
We like cooking, we like running a home, we like supporting our husbands.
Trad content is wildly popular on social media. It's got this beautiful...
But my question is, if Erica Kirk was such the trad wife, how is it now that she barely spends a moment at home? If she loved being a trad wife so much, why was she a contestant with her previous boyfriend? You know, the thing that she said she never had prior to Charlie. She just used to sit in her apartment and knit and all of this shit. Why was her and her previous boyfriend auditioning for a spot on The Biggest Race? This trad wife. Why would this trad wife who says that she didn't see the point in drinking was drinking up a storm on all of these audition tapes for the Great Race? Why is this trad wife now the CEO of Turning Point USA if the best thing that she think that is good for women is to be a wife and a tool to their husband? Why is she doing all of this now? She does not have to do all of this. Please. Now, understand, they say, you understand what the counter intelligence said that was done to Charlie Kirk, allegedly. So was this a plan? Was this a setup? Did Todd set this up to be the devil? Is this a setup from Todd to come at Candy? Was this a setup all along? I'm curious. Because she's a grifter. Okay, so let me okay, now understand, this is what Erica Kirk's supposed to be, and love. And I just love being a wife and a mother. Has she seen her children since the death of her husband? Since she is shitting all over every stage with glitter suits on and leather pants and sparklers and ringers and all of these big rings and folded up napkins and paper towels to dab her rolling in the sky eyes that are dry of any tears. I'm asking. I'm curious.
Beautiful farmhouse aesthetic and dreamy images of plush domestic bliss. It's a relaxing reprieve from the chaos of modern life. But to me, a journalist who's been covering right-wing media for nearly a decade,
A lot of the tradwife discourse online sounds suspiciously similar to the types of things I hear from dark money funded think tanks in DC.
When you get married to somebody who does all the thinking for you, it is so nice.
You used to only hear that kind of talk coming from guys like this.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. That's a really good reason to go to college, actually. You will find a husband.
How did this suddenly go mainstream? So I went onto the homestead and into the kitchen and to a Turning Point USA conference to meet some real life tradwives and find out who they really are and what they think.
I just don't want to get bullied by teenagers.
My husband gets up way before I do because I actually have a lot of trouble waking up for alarms. And he grabs Misha, that's our toddler son, sort of like steers him into my room. And it's like my favorite part of the day. We come downstairs, I make some breakfast, and then sit down and do our morning prayers together.
Esther is 24 years old and lives in Ohio. She's exactly what I picture when I think tradwife.
People would say that I live very traditionally because I have a toddler, I'm pregnant with another child, I got married young, my husband and I are devout Catholics.
She also seems to have nailed the soft life.
I really love having the space to unfold slowly and kind of center yourself in the morning.
And I do understand why this is appealing to some young women. While our grandmothers were told to look pretty so you can marry a man who will take care of you, millennial women like me got a more empowering feminist message in the 2010s.
Sorry I'm late, but I had some very important business to attend to.
#girlboss. We didn't need to rely on a man to have our own bejeweled American dream. We could be a CEO. As a baby millennial, I was set on living the girl boss life. I wanted to work in politics. But when we tried to lean in, a lot of us just fell down.
How do you have time for everything? How do you balance it all?
I don't. I'm very tired all the time.
Finding a job is hard. All the fucking girl boss feminist bitches lied to me.
I don't have goals. I don't have ambition. I only want to be attractive.
Why am I not allowed to just vibe?
Some of those CEOs ended up creating the same toxic workplaces as their male counterparts, and certain types of women weren't allowed to girl boss even if they wanted to. The girl boss wasn't trying to change the way our economy works. She was just trying to succeed for herself in a broken system.
Girl boss feminism is so deeply rooted in capitalism.
In 2016, I became disillusioned with the whole girl boss thing. I became a journalist and traded in my pantsuit for a sweatsuit. Now Gen Z is coming of age, and surprise, surprise, being a worker in America still sucks. The gender pay gap has only narrowed by 4 cents since 2003, and their degrees feel worthless as entry-level jobs disappear. I totally get why some young women just want to escape to the prairie and bake sourdough, but I couldn't help but wonder, does wishing for a family necessarily mean young women are becoming more conservative? The right-wing movement certainly hopes so. They've gone all in on recruiting young women who want out of the corporate rat race. They're investing big in a new class of social media savvy pundits who push conservative messaging to young women.
The feminist movement is in large part to blame for the fracturing of the traditional home, where women were coerced outside of their natural roles as mothers into the workforce.
They're cashing in on the girl boss backlash too, shaming women who don't want to have children or who want to have a career by calling them
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives. There are a lot of successful 35-year-old orthopedic surgeons that have cats.
The right-wing youth group Turning Point USA is at the center of this messaging push. Last summer, I attended one of the youth conferences they host, Ground Zero for all things trad.
I wanted to do Air Force, I wanted to do FBI, was interested in police work, all of that. But then I really just came around to the perspective of what's more important in life. Is it going to be more important to me to have kids and a family and a future and that will last forever? Or a career that, yes, could help people, but also isn't going to be relevant in a few years? And Charlie really says to choose one. And I thought about it. I was like, oh my gosh, like I've not been choosing the right thing. I've changed from not wanting to have any kids so I could see myself with 4 or 5.
Right-wing activists have also launched a women's magazine they call the Conservative Cosmo. In between fashion tips and celebrity gossip, Evie magazine features articles fear-mongering about the dangers of birth control, focusing on your career, and delaying having children. Evie's editor-in-chief, Brittany Hugo Boom, also created a period tracking app that encourages natural family planning instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel. This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. They've spent decades dismantling the social safety net established in the New Deal and chipping away at reproductive rights. And their scheming paid off big in 2022 when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Even tradwife influencers who aren't overtly political, their lives track well onto the 1950s-inspired conservative vision of America, a Christian family with a man at the head and a subservient wife. He goes out to work, she joyfully keeps the home and minds the children.
Okay, let me stop for a minute. Chevy, you are quite an interesting person. You're quite interesting. You have quite a few insane, dumb comments that you are putting in this chat. Black men like marriage material females, and they got it right. Don't all men like marriage material females? Don't all men like a woman they can marry, and these same married men like a whore that they can screw outside of their marriage? What is your point, sweetheart? What would be your point? All of these same married men that will pick out a respectable woman to marry and be out in the streets cheating on this respectable woman that they want to present to the world with other whores and men as well. So what is your point, sweetheart? Don't get caught up in the imagination of what real life is about. Every man who wants to be in a marriage would like a respectable woman to marry. But half of them is cheating on these women that they are marrying with other women and men as well. I don't understand what your point. I don't understand what your point is. Let's continue.
Efforts seem to be working. In 2024, the youth vote had its largest swing towards Republicans in 20 years, especially with young white women. Democrats were stuck in outdated girl boss messaging. Meanwhile, Republicans had someone on the ticket who understood trad mentality all too well.
You have women who think that truly the liberationist path is to spend 90 hours a week working in a cubicle at McKinsey instead of starting a family and having children.
If my choice was between being a stay-at-home mother and doing Excel spreadsheets, I would definitely be a stay-at-home mother.
Right now, Esther does work. She's an adjunct professor of philosophy and classics at a university nearby, where her husband, JB, is a PhD student.
I don't think that having a career in general is important to me, but having this job is important to me. Teaching students, doing philosophy, reading these great books. This is so amazing and meaningful. It's not easy because it's just really hard to have sort of moved away from a one-income household paradigm. The standard of living is just adjusted for there being two people working.
Esther and JB don't have a lot of money. How do finances and income factor into your decision about having children?
They don't. I mean, if we were like homeless, we would be like, this is really scary. We need to like be very careful not have any more children right now. But the decision to have children was just not something that was influenced by like our standard of living.
Have you had any unexpected costs with pregnancy?
Yeah, the big one for me is the midwife.
That's a happy baby.
I had a OBGYN, but I ended up switching to a midwife for what I consider safety reasons.
After a painful experience with a kidney infection during her first pregnancy, Esther needed more personalized care.
Whoa, that's super nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. That is so nice. Midwives are not paid for insurance, and it takes like half of my adjunct paycheck. There's other things too, like prenatal vitamins. I've got approximately 1 billion prenatals to take. When my midwife talked to me about what the recommended diet was for a pregnant woman, I'm like, there's no freaking way. Like probiotic kefir's kind of expensive. Yogurt's kind of expensive. We would look at like even like breakfast cereals and be like, oh my gosh, one day when we're fabulously wealthy, we will buy like Rice Krispies. And I remember just seeing like $50 worth of groceries and it's like all we have for like this whole week. And then like the person next to us has like multiple gallons of milk at a time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like multiple gallons of milk at a time, right? But it was just still kind of like psychologically hard for me to be like pregnant and like wanting to like make everything good in my like new little house and then having to buy the like possibly spoiled chicken from Kroger, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Have a ton of kids. I mean, get married when you're too young, have more kids than you can afford.
Have as many kids as you can afford. Have more than you can afford.
Have 1 million kids.
Less burnout, more babies.
A more helpful suggestion came from a family friend. Go on food stamps.
She was like, there's this thing called WIC and there's this thing called CHIP and there's this thing called SNAP. And like, it's really important that you not feel any shame about that because it's for like poor pregnant young mothers. Like, this is who it's for.
Okay. But who is usually the face of welfare? Who are the people that they tell you that are abusing the system of welfare? So do you think that there is going to be a big cry to these trad wives who they are telling to get on welfare, have as many babies as you can afford, have more babies than you can afford? Because they are kicking the undesirables off because welfare was always been meant for the white woman. But when they want to villainize it, they put a black face on welfare. Are we clear? Are we absolutely clear? Okay, let's continue.
They also got on Medicaid. Not sure that's part of the right's vision of the perfect 1950s trad life, but even some of the women at the Turning Point conference weren't buying that version.
They've just kind of been preaching like, always make a family.
So they are on food stamps and they're on Medicaid. Is this the person that is represented when the big beautiful bill was presented and they talked about all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that was going on in welfare and Medicaid? The reason why there's such a big outcry about welfare and Medicaid?
Make a family. And it's just, I believe that women should have some sort of career field and stuff while also being able to have a family.
I would love to settle down. The issue is that women are being priced into having to work. So it's not really an option.
Well, I mean, I think the goal of the government should be to help the working class, point blank, period.
But there's another key part of the trad life that I'm still curious about. Last summer, I spent more time at Turning Point conferences than I did with my own family. The aesthetic of trad that conservatives create is always the same. A beautifully decorated farmhouse in a perfect pastoral setting. And online, trad influencers like Ballerina Farm show us a vision of labor that's connected to the earth and produces tangible goods. A contrast to many jobs today where the fruits of your labor are usually just increased shareholder value. So I went to rural New Hampshire to meet another genre of trad wife, the homesteader, to learn what the soft girl life is like on an idyllic farm.
I get up early. I'm up by 6 most mornings. In the winter, I'm making a fire, doing yoga. And then I go right to farm chores for a couple hours before work.
Jesse and Andy got married young, but other than that, their life doesn't look like Ballerina Farm at all.
Who is doing most of these morning tasks?
It's mostly me. I would say that I'm the farmer and I'm the outdoors woman. My husband does a ton of housework, lots of things that make our life run.
My great domestic contribution is I love to clean.
Physical labor tasks, we often split those things 50-50. Heavy hauling, shoveling, splitting and stacking wood. I probably take a little bit more of the lead, but that's just because I like doing that stuff.
Yeah, you like it.
But yeah, we're always sharing.
But you definitely are like
chief rock hauler.
Yeah, the project that you like.
Your assistant rock hauler.
Delegate things to me.
I think that what was women's work and what was men's work is really hard to define. Like, I don't even know how we get clean towels. I don't know where they come from.
Another departure from the homesteading fantasy, Jesse works a corporate job, and so did Andy before he was recently laid off. Right now, Jesse is the primary breadwinner.
It has slowed down our ability to do large-scale projects on this property. It's hard to do things like replace our roof, replace our front door.
It's also slowed down the timeline on another big goal and a key element of trad life.
If the margins were less thin for families in this country, we would have had kids sooner. Housing was very expensive and took a long time, and we're extremely lucky. Most people our age have not been able to buy. Healthcare costs, if that wasn't as much of a factor, we would have had kids younger.
Yeah.
Jesse is approaching the decision to have kids differently than Esther, but both of them value and prioritize family life.
I hope for the opportunity to stay home with my kids for at least their younger years.
I spent a whole day on the farm with Jesse.
When you complete the swing and slide motion, they're both together. Yeah!
Afterwards, I was tired. Is this how the ballerina farm lady feels all the time?
As someone who comes from a lineage of homesteaders, is the soft feminine life of homesteading a realistic vision of the past?
No. A lot of that work is presented in a very leisurely or pleasurable way when I think in reality for many women it was not. I understand the longing for a life where you don't have to work outside of the home when that's a financial reality for most households. Like it's very difficult to be a one-income household.
So then how do these trad wife influencers make it work? When I got back from Jesse's, I started looking a little more into Ballerina Farm or Hannah Nealman. First things first, she's married to the JetBlue heir, so there's that. But they're actually not even a one-income household. Ballerina Farm isn't just an Instagram handle. It's the name of her online store, which has over 50 employees. And I'm pretty sure your average 1950s homemaker didn't have a personal assistant and homeschooling teacher. She's not even the only one with a second income stream. Many of the biggest tradwife accounts are selling you more than just their lifestyle.
Nora Smith, Calvin Klein.
It turns out that being a tradwife influencer is really just like being a girl boss. The girl boss and tradwife are two sides of the same capitalist coin. They're both turning their life into a personal brand and business. Both claim to be empowering, even feminist, but they're only for a certain type of woman. And they're isolated from their communities while they amass giant fortunes.
It's very aesthetically driven. It's about what looks good. It is a job to create that aesthetic. And that's the work that they're doing rather than the work of homesteading itself. Man, they make a lot of sourdough bread. I don't have time for that. It seems like they're always making bread.
I wasn't expecting to relate to tradwives at all. But what I heard from Esther and Jesse was not so different from what I and most other young women want. The ability to choose whether or not you have kids and when to do it. The ability to choose whether you want a career and to have time for family alongside work. Most importantly, they want policies that make those choices possible.
Do you think that healthcare should be free?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's in conformity with sort of traditional Catholic values to have people in debt for long periods of time for emergencies. I think that's really evil.
Esther's traditional values aren't stuck in some bygone era. They're relevant to the pressing issues of today. She relied on SNAP and Medicaid during her pregnancy, but Trump's big, beautiful bill makes severe cuts to both of those programs. Medicaid insures 2 out of every 5 American children and pays for 40% of all births, 50% in rural areas. And SNAP is the most effective anti-poverty program in the history of this country. 3 out of every 5 people who get food stamps are in families with children. Kids raised in SNAP-supported households perform better in school and they grow into healthier adults. The supposedly pro-family MAGA movement wants to take these programs away from American families. Meanwhile, Democrats have totally abandoned family values and trad to Republicans, even though elements of that life appeal to women across the ideological spectrum.
I don't feel like anyone in power shares my values.
I think part of the reason that the right has recaptured the Back to the Land movement, which was originally a liberal hippie movement, is that the way that they are promising people to have satisfying, beautiful lives is by looking backwards. And when the left fails to find a vision of that looks forwards, that is very easy to do.
In my reporting, I've found that most women don't make choices about marriage and family based on social media trends or even political propaganda. A lot of them, like Jesse, are worried about the expense.
A Democratic Party which doesn't build its foundation on no single mother will work without healthcare is, unacceptable, is not selling an acceptable life, let alone a meaningful or deep or beautiful life.
What if Democratic politicians made supporting families a core progressive value and ran on real pro-family policies, like Medicare for all, paid family leave, free universal childcare, and a higher federal minimum wage? Who gets to say what traditional is anyway? Trad can mean economic security for all families and valuing women's labor both in and out of the traditional workforce. Conservative propaganda and tradwife influencers are selling us a fantasy. In reality, we need each other to get through the tough times.
We rely, first of all, on babysitting. We have family friends in town who help to watch our child sometimes. They help with other things. The Crosbys gave us a box of their old baby clothes. There's lots of community functions. We have a monthly festival that we bring Misha to.
Esther and JB are on their parents' health insurance plans, and this house actually belongs to Esther's former professor. They're staying in a room here for free while they establish their own careers.
Immense generosity.
Huge, yeah. Would you say traditional values are inherently conservative or liberal?
No. Many traditional values are inherently communal. People help me all the time. I can only get my wood stacked because people show up and help me stack wood. People will quietly pay their neighbor's heating bill if they have a little extra that month and they know that somebody else doesn't. There are tangible losses that come with heightened individualism. I think individualism is a very modern phenomenon. It is traditional.
It doesn't look like these trad wife influencers are trading anything. It looks like they're not. It doesn't look like these trad wife influencers are living in one room of a whole house and having two children at the mercy and the community of freedom of everyone else. That's not what's being presented by these trad wife influencers. So you look at all of these little videos of these women vacuuming the floor, spinning in the laundry room. You know what? And then you look at the real people who were presented here, the desperately poor people. Call it what you want. I would rather have my degrees and go to bed with clean feet. I would rather go to walk around and know that the underside of my feet are clean. And if I have a man, if I don't have a man, I have the love and the self-respect of myself until whatever happens. All of these grandiose ideas and the things that people are doing to make America great again, all of these are recessive ideas. Anytime that you have a whole political party telling you to get married right out of high school without any professional skills that is going to earn you a job to live and compete and live comfortably in the United States of America, you're being led astray. That is just my opinion. Let me put this link in my. Did I put it in the? Yes, I put it in the description box. Go over there and check out a More Perfect Union. Women have more opportunity for having a career alongside their parenthood today more than ever before. Welfare and Medicaid have nothing whatsoever to do with anyone's skin color or anyone that says it does is talking BS. I disagree. Welfare and Medicaid was first derived from the need to support poor white women. So I disagree. And only when they wanted it to be frowned upon and make cuts to it did they put a black face to Medicaid and Medicare and welfare. Not Medicare, Medicaid and welfare. So we can agree to disagree, but that's all I have for you guys today. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. I hope you like, share, and subscribe. If you want to support the channel, you can super chat me, or you can cash at me at $RonyiQ. My only reason I show up here is to share with you some news that you may not have gotten from the mainstream media, and share with you some things that I have found while perusing different news papers, different articles, and different independent media. Hold on one second. Let's let's do one more thing. Let me show you one more thing. One more thing. Let's remember this as you leave the building. Let's remember this as you leave the building. Let me share this with you real quick. Let's start it over.
Interesting, I noted in your book that you say the 2008 recession, the financial crisis, and the crash that followed it really gave way for the Great Replacement theory to not just re-emerge, but take hold politically across the West. What is it about financial crises, recession, economic downturns, rather than, say, the Syrian migrant crisis or ISIS terror attacks, that really helped Great Replacement take off? Because people might understand, oh, I get it, like Muslim terrorists and Middle Eastern immigrants. But you're saying there's also an economic angle.
So certainly, I mean, I think we've been having this debate ever since the rise of Trump, right?
Yeah.
Because you had certain analysts who imagined that economic anxiety was fueling the rise of Trump. And what we as scholars of racism have tried to show, and I certainly show this in Chain of Ideas, is what was actually happening was when people were losing their status, their homes, their jobs, what these Great Replacement theorists like Trump was saying, it was actually other people are coming and taking them from you.
Yes.
So it's not that the sort of corporate restructuring is leading to your job loss. It's that immigrants are taking your job.
You're
It's
not being screwed from on high, it's from below, people taking you.
Exactly.
So it makes you more susceptible to this way of thinking.
And a number of scholars have pointed to what makes an economic crisis effective for these authoritarians if they can connect people's economic pain to their racist or Islamophobic or xenophobic or even sexist ideas.
Amen, amen, amen to that. Amen to that. Amen to that. I forgot to share one more thing. Jesus, I am so sorry. I definitely want to share this with you before the weekend goes away. A British reporter who was reporting in Lebanon. This story is in the Daily Mirror. We know what the Israelis had done to the reporters who were reporting in Palestine. We know that over 200 reporters lost their lives in Palestine. So let me share this story with you about this British reporter who was reporting in Lebanon. Moments, I think it means moments before, British war correspondent Steve Sweetney nearly killed in an Israeli attack. Let me do one more thing for you. If you don't believe that this carnage is done on purpose, let's get into this. A British correspondent and his cameraman were nearly hit by an Israeli missile while reporting on air. Steve Sweeney and cameraman Ali Rida, both work for Russia Today (RT), were injured by shrapnel in an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon on Thursday, the outlet said. Let's get more. RT editor-in-chief Margarita Simora wrote on X, "Our correspondent Steve Sweetney has been wounded by an Israeli strike in Lebanon." He said an IDF plane fired upon the car carrying Steve and his cameraman as they were crossing a bridge in the south of the country. Both men are conscious and in hospital. Doctors are diagnosing the extent of shrapnel damage. War journalists are not legitimate targets. We pray for them. Now, let's read a little more. Shocking footage shows Sweetney diving for cover as a missile lands just meters behind him. Moments later, Rita appears to drop his camera, which tilts upwards and capturing falling debris and shrapnel. Sweeney can be heard shouting expletives after the strike, which reportedly took place in Al Khamisa Bridge, a crossing over the Litani River. Here is the post on X. My close friend and colleague Steve Sweeney was nearly killed in an Israeli strike in Lebanon. Their vehicles are clearly marked as press. They wear press markings. He's alive. What more can we say? So let's get into this strike.
Along the border, including the Al Marj outpost opposite Merkabah, and carried out drone strikes on the Al Raheb site near Aitar al Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
Let's watch that one more time. You see, he is doing a press vest. They say their car is fully marked as press. Let's watch that one more time.
Along the border, including the Al Marj outpost opposite Merkabah, and carried out drone strikes on the Al Raheb site near Aitar al Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
And so you do understand these are the things that the Israeli army does not want you to see, to the extent that in Palestine, over 200 reporters lost their lives trying to report on the war there. As you see by the blockades where they do not let press in, and when they let press in, they will not allow them to pan their cameras. Their camera must stay on a tripod and must not move in any direction other than what they are allowed to have in front of the camera. Let me see. The Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, told RT it had issued warnings to stay away from the crossing before the strike. In footage released in the past few hours, a journalist is seen at the Kwasmiya crossing. An explicit warning had been issued regarding this area. The IDF said in a statement, the crossing was struck after sufficient time had passed since warnings. The crossing was again targeting today at 12:30, I guess, p.m. The IDF does not target civilians or journalists and cooperates in accordance with the international law, the statement added. So, you saw what happened. Now, here he is after he had gone to the hospital. And today, Israel tried to kill me in a targeted airstrike in southern Lebanon. As I was reporting on, was the targeting of bridges and the forced displacement of 1 million people, an ethnic cleansing operation on a larger scale than the Nakaba. I have absolutely no doubt that this was. Let me see. Let me see what he's saying. I have absolutely no doubt. I have absolutely no doubt that this was deliberate. Despite claims there were no warnings ahead of the strike and no notifications sent to the Lebanese army who allowed us to film. We have seen in Gaza, they want to silence journalists who document and report their war crimes. It is the Western powers who provide political and military support for Israel, arming it to the teeth to carry out genocide in Gaza and ethnic cleansing here in Lebanon. They are not simply complicit, but active participants and should be held accountable for their actions. But if Israel thinks today's strike will silence us, and keep us out of the field, they are very, very, very mistaken. So here is him reporting. I guess I don't know if that's exactly what he's saying, but that's what the new post says. Okay. I just wanted to leave you guys with that. I did not want to leave without sharing that. I thought that was a very important piece of information to share with my viewers, so you can be informed when you hear propaganda. Take it for what it is. Let me make sure. I know I haven't. I'm gonna add this to my links in my description box under uh, hmm, attacks on reporters. Okay, all of the links that I use are in my description box. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. I appreciate your support. Please hit the like button if you want to fight. Meet me back here on Monday. I have no fight. I just have information that I'm giving out. I am unaffected by ignorance. If you want to be ignorant until I see you acting ignorant in my chat, have at it until I block you. Okay, so... All right, guys. I hope you guys have a fabulous day. God bless you. And I'm out of here. Let me